You're watching ICENET, independently covering New York Islanders hockey past and present, bringing you the tradition and nostalgia you know and love with a modern feel. This is where Islanders tradition and pride are always our number one. Built by passion for the orange and blue. Isles coverage. Taking a step into the future by reaching into the past. ICENET. Dynasties live here.
Six.
Live on CBC, Hockey Night in Canada, brought to you by Molson, Canada's name in beer since 1786. Brewers of Molson Export Ale. Canadian General Electric, progress for people since 1882. Canadian Tire Dealers with 320 stores to serve you across Canada. And by the Ford Motor Company of Canada, on behalf of your Ford and Mercury dealers from coast to coast. The opening night of the Stanley Cup semifinals was a disappointing one for fans of the Buffalo Sabres. At home to the New York Islanders, the Sabres had an early 1-0 lead, but then while playing with a man advantage, the Islanders shorthanded for 5 minutes. Bob Bourne breaks away, avoids the check of Rick Sealing, and beats Don Edwards with a key goal. The turnaround of the game. Bourne scores with Gord Lainoff for 5 minutes, and the Islanders are tied. And then still in the first period, Bill Height, normally as steady a defenseman as you'd find in the NHL, makes a bad error. He gives the puck away, and the last Islander he wants to give it to is the man who gets it, Mike Bossy. And he scores the ultimate winning goal as the Islanders go on to defeat Buffalo 4-1. Tonight, from the Memorial Auditorium in Buffalo, it is the second game of the semifinals. Islanders ahead, 1-0. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dave Hodge. The Buffalo Sabres, when they have needed a spark this season, have always looked to Gilbert Perreault, and that is certainly the case again tonight. Perreault is the leading playoff scorer for Buffalo with 13 points, 4 goals, and 9 assists, and they'll want a lot of action from him. The New York Islanders, the first star of Game 1, and the center of attention tonight, goaltender Billy Smith. He made great saves in game number 1, and there's been a lot of talk about what happened in and around his goal crease. Scotty Bowman says if Smith acts up, the Sabres will be right there, and there could be trouble. And the New York Islanders say if anything happens, Bowman is at fault for a lot of inflammatory remarks made after the first game. Well, what goes on right around that goal crease? We can go there right now with Bob Cole and Gary Dornhofer.
You're easy, Coley. Okay, this is fun, folks. But really, it's serious business, Dorney, in the game. Just what is happening in the creases?
Well, first of all, Bob, I think it's very important for the Sabres tonight to get a guy in the crease. You notice how I aggravated you and you were paying more attention to me, buddy, instead of following the puck or looking at the fence out there. So I think from a Sabre standpoint, they have to get somebody in Smith, try to take his concentration away.
And they got to shoot a little more, I think.
Well, you noticed in the first game, which was very uncharacteristic of the Sabres, is when they had the shots, they decided to pass off, and that's not unlike the Sabres. They were practicing that the other day, where the man would get it and fire the shot on net.
What kind of a game do we look for tonight, Gary?
I think you're going to see the Sabres play with a lot more intensity. The Islanders, they'll be the same, strong along the boards, strong in the corners.
Okay, we'll wait for it, see what happens tonight. Let's go back to Dave Hodge.
Thank you, Gary Dornhofer. And the part of Bob Cole on skates was played by stuntman Tex Hooper. In our intermissions tonight, Don Cherry will be along with the Coach's Corner. He will be talking about players who have simple, pure talent and don't need a whole lot else. And we'll have Showdown, the championship round, the skating drill. That and more, and of course, the big game, number 2, semifinals between the Islanders and the Buffalo Sabres, as our Stanley Cup playoff coverage continues in just a moment.
This is Bob Cole along with Gary Dornhofer at the Memorial Auditorium in Buffalo for Game 2 of the Stanley Cup semifinals. And the other series, of course, also getting underway in Philadelphia tonight. The North Stars of Minnesota and the Philadelphia Flyers. In this series, the Islanders lead, of course, by virtue of their 4-1 win in the opening game, 1-0. And the Flyers are behind the North Stars, 1-0. We remind you that during this hockey broadcast, we'll be joining the Minnesota broadcaster, Bob Kurtz, at Philadelphia, so that you might see the highlights of that game. Gary, the starting lineups are coming to their respective blue lines. This is a must game for Buffalo.
There's no question about that, Bob. The Islanders, if they were to win tonight, they would be in the driver's seat. So Buffalo Sabres, they have to win.
Now our national anthem and the American national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free, and stand on guard, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, glorious and free, we stand on guard, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And our officials for tonight's game, the referee there is Wally Harris. That's Gerard Gauthier, and coming into your picture now is Ray Scapinello. The starting goaltenders tonight, again, the red-hot Billy Smith for the New York Islanders. And down at the other end, we have a change tonight. 24-year-old Bob Sauvé in goal for the Buffalo Sabres. They've got strong goaltending here in Buffalo, but so far it hasn't worked too well in the semifinal series. for the Islanders, scoring 4 times, allowing 1 goal in the opening game on Tuesday night. Now we're set. The starting lineup: Trottier, Bourne, and Nystrom for New York. Hero Martin and a ceiling up front for Buffalo. Into the zone, Nystrom being watched by Schoenfeld. He stole it. Schoenfeld breaking back of the net, taking a look out front now. Can't find anybody there. Sealing up the blue line to Schoenfeld. He did not control it. Into the corner. The Islanders having difficulty moving it out of their own zone. This is the way the first game opened, you remember. The Buffalo Sabres scored first. There's a long pass at center, but Nystrom couldn't hang on to it. And they're offside as they shoot it back in.
Well, Coach Al Arbour, even though his team won, he wasn't very pleased. He said 38 turnovers in a game is much too many. And he found that we just didn't have the communication behind our blue line. Guys, they have to holler for the puck when they're out in the clear, and there was too much hesitation. So that's one part of our game that we certainly have to improve on.
Van Boxmeer, Jim Schoenfeld, the Buffalo defenseman. That's Schoenfeld through to center ice. They tip it across the line. Lorimer trying to move it out. He's on the defense with Dennis Potvin for the New York Islanders. And here's Martin stealing it. Martin gets in front. There's a pass. They hit the side of the net. Perreault was in very close. Now it's Martin again, digging in front of the goal. It hit a skate. And finally, Trottier just cleared it on the boards with the help of Potvin. They get it to center. The Sabres again shoot it in, and here they come, led by Martin. Out of the net is Billy Smith. Smith left it in the corner. Potvin is bumped, took a second check. Sabres are really forechecking in the first minute and 20 seconds of this hockey game. There's no score, and Trottier cleared it back at his own goal for Potvin. He's having trouble again, can't get it out now on a second attempt. Scoops it down the ice. He had to do that to relieve the pressure, and icing is called against New York. From the Auditorium in Buffalo, this is Stanley Cup 80.
It takes calm, unhurried patience to brew Bradol, so take the time to appreciate it. Bradol from Molson. Take the time.
They played a minute and 33 seconds of the first period. There's no score here in Buffalo. Here's a chance for the Sabres again. The shot hit Pearson. It comes back to Height. He let it go. Hit Pearson again. He couldn't clear it. Dudley passed it too far in front of the net for Don Luce. He picked it up. Cleared. Billy Smith into the corner, and Bourne still out there for New York. He's into the corner. They got a whistle, and the New York Islanders, Gary, are having fits trying to get out of their own zone.
Well, one of the reasons, as Scotty Bowman will tell you, we have to intensify everything we do in that offensive zone. Send 2 men in. You've seen it in 2 shifts that the Sabres have had out there, how that first man is taking the Islander right out of the play, and that second man is going in there for the puck. Unfortunately, so far, the Sabres still haven't managed a shot on net, although they are controlling the play in the corners and in the Buffalo zone, or I'm sorry, the Islander zone.
Okay, Gary, and the face-off to the left of Billy Smith, back to Dunn. Dunn took a shot. I don't know what happened to that one. It was rolling. Took a big swing at it, and it went up high, about 40 feet over the glass behind Billy Smith. A reminder again that we'll be checking in at the Spectrum in Philadelphia throughout this telecast tonight, so that you might see the scoring highlights of the game between the Minnesota North Stars and the Philadelphia Flyers. Bob Kurtz, the voice of the North Stars, will be bringing us up to date as that game progresses. Here, there is no score, and they've just passed the 2-minute mark of the first period. Islanders trying to move it out, can't do it. Luce kept it in. Langevin going back to the net. He lost it. Nearly gave it away to Craig Ramsey. Finally, they get it to the center ice area. 2-man break. Merrick going in. Took a shot. Picked that far corner. Missed it. Not by much. It's kept in by the Islanders. So now they apply a little pressure. And the far side, Tonelli is stopped. Bossy rooting for it. So's Tonelli. He was hit hard by Richie Dunn. In on the board. Good, clean, hard body check. Back for Buffalo. Craig Ramsey hitting center. He was bumped, but Pearson went down, got the worst of that exchange. They begin to become physical now. There's Pearson spinning around to Bossy. Went by him. Islanders changing as the play goes on. Playfair's long pass. In on the wing. No one there. Langevin trying to clear it out of the zone. Up on the boards it goes. And Big Gillies gets it across the line to center. Goring lost it. Here comes Langevin. He'll shoot it in. Nice play for Gillies. In front is center. And a great save by Sauvé. Back to the line. They keep it in just barely. It's hooked into the corner. Islanders come close on that rush. There is no score, though, in this first period. 3.5 minutes gone. Islanders now forechecking. Goring is stopped and swinging away is Derek Smith. Coming up over the line with McKechnie. Oh, a great save by Billy Smith. A penalty coming up against New York. Tonight's Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from the Auditorium in Buffalo. Goring of the New York Islanders is off for hooking at 3:38.
There you see Goring pulled down from behind, and now this will be an opportunity for the Sabres, and something that the Sabres practiced yesterday was the low shot from the point with the wingers converging on the net trying for the deflection. The Sabres have to do something on the power play, which they were unable to do the other day.
That's right, Gary. Their power play has not been very good in this series. Of course, we've only had one game, but they've had many opportunities, and they've come up empty. But again, the Islanders have to be given full credit, killing these penalties. Here's his shot. That one was wide. Came from the line by Smith. And Bourne, a good penalty killer. Remember what he did in the last minute of the major penalty against the Islanders on Tuesday night. A breakaway goal, shorthanded. Now coming down to center ice. Oh, what a check on Gare. He was sent flying. Hot fan. Had him lined up all the way and belted him at center ice. You saw it. He went spinning around. Smith coming back in. Gare is offside at the blue line. Got to see that one again.
Well, you got to give Danny Gare a lot of credit because Potvin had him dead to right. And that's what you call a suicide pass, when you get a hold of that puck and the defenseman is converging on you and you got no chance. Gare, he never had a chance to move, and good contact. The stick goes flying in the air, and Gare, he got up right away, ready to play.
Potvin, solid defenseman with the New York Islanders. That's nothing new. That's not news, I'm sure, to anybody who follows this game. Potvin really teed up on that check. No score. 4.5 minutes into the first period. And a minute left to the penalty now. The Sabres on the power play. Dunn shoots it in. Back of the net. That's Potvin again. He was checked by Schoenfeld. But the Islanders get it to the line, not out. Now they clear it. It went by Trottier down the ice. Swinging around. Richie Dunn looking for some room with Sealing and Martin coming in. Pirol carries across the line. Lost it. It goes right into the side. Martin couldn't reach that pass. Tucked it back to the line. Mike Ramsey feeds it into the corner. Pirol going in looking for it. Three Sabres fighting for possession. Goes back of the net. Martin jumps over in the slot area. It hit Ramsey's skate and bounced down to center ice. That's Ramsey finding some room now. Here he comes up across the line. Nearly broke through himself. And the Islanders, with 14 seconds left of the penalty, get it down the ice. Now they're organizing again. Back in his own zone, Van Boxmeer. The pass comes this way for Martin. Up across center. Martin trying to move in. He was bumped lightly. That put him off stride, and he lost possession of it. Van Boxmeer, from a difficult angle, can't shoot it. He threw it in back of the net. Martin hustling over here on this side. Martin passed it back and hit a skate. Van Boxmeer's quick shot, a weak one, is wide. The penalty is over. The Islanders have killed another one. Mike Ramsey did not keep it in. It's offside at the New York blue line. This is Stanley Cup 80 from the Auditorium in Buffalo.
Canadian Tire has the tires you need. Radial tires, snow tires, off-road tires, small tires, truck tires, tractor tires. We made our name selling quality tires at sensible prices, backed by our 5-year road hazard warranty. We can fit just about every kind of car or truck with the right tire at the right price.
We can do it. It's for people like you. Canadian Tire.
We're at the 6-minute mark of the opening period. There is no score on the boards. It goes to center ice. The teams are at full strength now. Apparently, Philadelphia has taken a 2-0 lead in that series, and the moment we get an opportunity, we'll show you the scoring highlights of that game from the Spectrum in Philadelphia. Here, there is no score. I'm Bob Cole with Gary Dornhofer at the Memorial Auditorium in Buffalo.
Well, talk about one of the most improved players in the Sabres this year has been this young fellow, Richie Dunn. You saw some of the checks that he threw out last night, and that's somewhere where the Sabres have always been strong, back on defense, and they have to be against this Islander team because they have some big forwards that can certainly muck in the corners.
6:20 gone. In the first period, no score. Luce tried to get it back and failed. Pearson back of the net into the corner. Langevin moved it to the line. There's a shot, and that's knocked down by Merrick. He gets to center and shoots it into the Buffalo zone. Back of the net. That's Sauvé, the goaltender tonight, stopping it there for Richie Dunn. Around the net he comes for Craig Ramsey. Ramsey takes a look, lifts a high one, and went over the boards near the Buffalo bench. Bob Mongrain and Rob McClanahan, not dressed tonight for Buffalo, Andre Savard. And Lindy Ruff had been inserted in the lineup. They have yet to make an appearance. As you look at Stephen Pearson, number 7, at the point, inside the Buffalo blue line. No score nearing the 7-minute mark of the first period. Islanders lead the series 1-0 on their 4-1 win on Tuesday night. From the draw, it goes to the rim of the circle, and back of the net goes Dunn into Height. Height clearing it out. It gets across the line, and Bossy stopped it and lost it. Luce going up over the line. Luce into the corner. Takes a look, dropped it back. Here's Dudley getting in front. Can't get a shot away. And Ramsey was tied up. He couldn't shoot it. Canelli racing back, going in. He's knocked down, and he went flying into the boards to the left of Bob Sauvé. It looked dangerous for a moment. Back for Buffalo. This is Ramsey going in with Dudley. Dudley stopped to Ramsey, took a swing at it and missed it, and then he was knocked flying by Langevin. A pile-up behind the net, and they get a whistle. They're getting tough out there, Gary.
Well, both coaches felt it was important to make contact and take the man right out of the play. So far tonight, we've seen this. Canelli was the big star in Game 1 with his 2 goals. Look at the bounce here. He splits the defense, but Bill Height battles them all the way and takes them out of the play. Good defensive play. There you see Al Arbor. Again, he made mention of the fact that we did some strong forechecking in Game 1, but not consistent enough. You know, our game is to rub the players out, especially against the Sabres. They skate and pass the puck so well, you have to eliminate them from the play.
Ken Morrow and Gordy Lane on the defense for the New York Islanders now. Pirot, Martin, and Sealing up front for Buffalo. It comes across in front of Billy Smith. Trache going back of the net. Into the corner it goes for Lane. Lane is starting out slowly. His pass to the line. It got across center. Goring fell down. And then Schoenfeld brings it right back up the ice. From center, he lifts a high one in on the glass. Lane over on the boards. He couldn't move it out. It comes to the blue line. Slapped to the corner by Van Boxmeer. Gordy Lane again. Gave it away. Sealing shot. A weak one stopped by Smith. Out to the side of the net, then back of the goal. Here's Pirot in the corner. Pirot got away from a check. He comes back to the line for Schoenfeld. Nobody over there, Jim Schoenfeld. Van Boxmeer had moved in, so the Islanders take over. Here's Nystrom looking for it. He stops. Passed it back of the net. Went by Goring, and Sealing takes it for Buffalo. Coming up to the 9-minute mark of the first period, no score. Long shot by Van Boxmeer, didn't get very far. It was blocked at the defense. Now Gilbert Perreault shoots it in. Lane comes back of the net for New York, goes the other way to beat Danny Gare. Feeds the pass up on the left wing, and it's stopped by Playfair. He dumped it right back inside the New York line. They're still looking for the first goal. Buffalo coming close with great pressure, but now 3 Islanders break out of the zone. Coming down, Trotscheder, Nystrom, his shot, hit a skate. Into the corner, Howitt didn't see it. And here's Potvin keeping it in, right into Trottier. His shot is blocked. Nystrom had a stick lifted, got it back on the ice. Can't make a play, though. And McKechnie, who tied him up beautifully, starts it away with Gare. Danny Gare coming in, stopped at the line, and then gave it away to Howitt. Howitt comes right back as they near the halfway mark of the first period. Couldn't get by the defense. It comes to center as Playfair had broken it up. Now Sutter overskates it. It's chopped into the zone by Derek Smith. Islanders clear it again. It's tipped down the ice right on the net. Sauve stopping it, and there's Playfair taking over. He put on the brakes in the corner, then had his pass stopped. Here's Sutter's backhand drive. That was blocked by Sauve. Sharp angle, couldn't do much with it. Playfair again shoots it to center ice, and Dennis Potvin calmly takes over and gives it to Lorimer. Here he comes. Lorimer back for Potvin. Across center ice, going in. The shot kicked away by Sauve. Comes right back to the doorstep. And the Buffalo Sabres speed back out. At center ice, Savard on for his first shift with Rupp. Rupp is number 22. Savard is 12. From center, Lorimer shoots it in. Into the corner it goes. We're past the 10-minute mark now in this first period, and there's no score. Cleared up on the boards. It went too high at the penalty box area, and it's called. With a score, Sabres nothing and Islanders nothing. This is Stanley Cup 80.
Along with me and take the Cougar XR7 Test Drive Challenge.
Experience the ride and handling, the standard flight bench seating, automatic transmission, and power front disc brakes. Experience the comforts of a totally re-engineered, smaller, more fuel-efficient Cougar XR7. Experience the computer accuracy of optional electronic instrumentation and keyless entry system.
Take control of your own Cougar.
Take the Cougar XR7 Test Drive Challenge today at the Sign of the Cat.
It's a beautiful experience.
9:42 remaining in the first period. No score here in Buffalo. At Philadelphia, Holmgren and Barber have given the Flyers a 2-0 lead over Minnesota. Gary Edwards in goal for the North Stars tonight, and Phil Mayer for the Flyers. Hero with Craig Ramsey looking for it after the draw, but Pearson will clear it for the Islanders. Gets a long pass ahead to center. Gillies shoots it in the zone off the boards. Sauve stopping it for Dunn. Richie Dunn back of the net. Starting out, no score in this game, and Dunn trying to do something about that now. Takes a shot, blocked at the line. It hit Ramsey, I think. That hurt him. He's limping off. Craig Ramsey hit by a shot, and he's gone to the Buffalo bench. Now the Islanders coming out. Height ran into his man at center, took him out of the play, and Richie Dunn again cleared one down across the line for Perreault, gets it back again. Dunn picks his way out of the zone. Perreault to his right. Dudley on this left side. It's cleared up back of the New York goal. It comes off the boards in the corner. Nystrom took his man in on the boards, and Martin's easy shot is grabbed by Billy Smith, and he hangs on to it.
Well, a little mix-up in the corner with Dudley. Of course, he was ridden into the boards very heavily by Nystrom, and he objected ever so slightly. But you know the big guns for the Sabres, Martin and Perreault, they certainly depend upon those two guys to get some scoring spunk back into the Sabres attack. There's the contact against the boards. Both teams are handing out checks. But the strategy that the Islanders are using tonight, especially on Gilles Perreault, happens way down in the Sabres zone. They want to pick up Perreault right deep in the defensive zone before he has a chance of carrying the puck. We know how dangerous he is once he handles it, because he can get that zone for you. So you'll see Butch Goring doing a lot of checking against Perreault, getting on him as soon as they get into that zone.
There's Perreault, number 11. He's up on the right side. At center ice is André Savard, and Dudley on the left wing. Van Boxmeer on the defense for Buffalo, along with Jim Schoenfeld. The face-off just inside the New York blue line. 8:50 left of this first period, and no score. Back of the net. It bounced away from Lane, but the Islanders clear it across the line. Down on the right side, here's Nystrom cutting in. Nystrom made a move. In front of the net it goes, and Schoenfeld came out of nowhere to pick it up. And he starts right back for the Sabres, with Perreault finding some room. Perreault weaving inside the line. Schoenfeld, a weak shot, kicked away. It's cleared by Savard, back to the line. Schoenfeld had broken his stick and had gone to the bench for a new one. Schoenfeld with Van Boxmeer. It went over Savard's stick down the ice. This will be icing, with Ken Morrow back to pick it up behind the New York goal. Stanley Cup 80 will continue in a moment.
Call your home.
No score of this first period. 8:11 remaining. And at Philadelphia, it's 2-0. The Flyers over the North Stars. Islanders at the line. Morrow, it bounced away from him and comes to center ice. Morrow fed it by Craig Ramsey. He'll have to do it again. Played it up to Merrick and Bossy. They bump together. Can't get very far. Now again, Morrow. Lifting pass to the far side, and Lane just was stopped. Couldn't move it any further. Now the Buffalo Sabres clear it into the corner. Loose band on it. Merrick has it. He played it up along the boards. Here's Sealing getting set. His shot deflected wide of the net. Lane trying to get it away from Don Luce. They hold it back of the net. Ramsey lost his stick, and Lane comes up with it. Gordy Lane from the corner. A pass went by Merrick before he saw it come. Whipped right by him. Buffalo, Luce. He didn't see it. Now it's played inside the line and done again. Trying to maneuver out of the zone. A pass up across center. Offside. It'll be brought inside the Buffalo line.
Oh, Rick Sealing, a first-round pick in '77. He's been working quite a bit on developing his upper body strength, make him a stronger player in the corners, but he has been a real asset to the Sabres attack.
They have 7:16 left to play in this first period. No score. I'm Bob Cole along with Gary Dornhofer at the Memorial Auditorium in Buffalo. Game 2 of the semifinals. 4-1, the Islanders winning the opening game. Now from center, Potvin and Lorimer. Lorimer at his own line, feeds it on the boards to center, and Smith takes over. Here he comes, up across center. Smith tried to stick handle through, can't do it, and it's cleared by Lorimer, not out. Up the line, Cloutier knocked his man flying. It comes in front of the net, and the New York Islanders start back, led by Sutter. In with Bourne, who is offside on the left wing. Live from the Auditorium in Buffalo, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Quaker State helps cars last.
See that? It's the sign of quality engine protection. Quaker State motor oil protection. That's the reason I use Quaker State. It's the best-selling motor oil in North America. Quaker State's the only oil we've ever used in our truck. The way I figure it, when you've got something good going for you, you stay with it. Quaker State helps cars last. And trucks.
In the first intermission, I'll talk to Gary Dornhofer about this first period, to John Tonelli of the New York Islanders, and we'll have a film feature on the Buffalo coaching system.
Okay, Dave. Face off just outside the Buffalo line. McKegney on the left side, Gare the right side. That's Smith at center ice for Buffalo. Mike Ramsey got it back in his own zone, and Height cleared it across center. Gordy Lane to Sutter. He shoots it in off the board. Sauvé out of the net to stop it for Playfair. Now Gare on the right wing. Smith is ahead of him. He poked it up to Smith at center, and then he gave it off on this side. The long shot by Mike Ramsey is away wide into the corner. They go in after it. That's Gare looking for it. He doesn't come up with it. The Islanders, Sutter gets a pass to center to Bourne. Bourne is going in with Brian Cloutier. Back of the net. The Sabres have it again, but they nearly give it away. Now it's called. I think we're getting a penalty. No score, 6:15 remaining. in this first period, and we've got an interference call against the Buffalo Sabres. It'll be play fair. There he is.
There. 2 minutes for interference.
Well, we're going to get an opportunity of watching that Sabre power play.
The time.
The big guy, Denny Potvin, he's the important man on that point, and you'll watch the Sabres play a little more attention to him. They don't want him having good control and setting up those plays, so what they'll do is have a man, either Luce or Ramsey, pay more attention to Potvin. That's play fair, interference. The Islanders with a power play advantage.
13:45, the time of the penalty. Only the second one called in the game, the other against the New York Islanders. Now it's the Islanders' turn with a man advantage. Luce, a good penalty killer, gets it up across center ice. Ramsey is on with him. That's Ramsey trying to stop the play at the New York line. It's stopped by Schoenfeld. Ramsey flipped it down the ice. And coming back is Goring. Gillies on the left wing. Bossy on the right side. Now coming out is Potvin. He gets to the line, up to Gillies at center. Look out, Bossy is loose. Bossy going in, into the corner he goes. He was stopped by Height, but here's Goring. He hit the referee with that pass, and it's cleared one-on-one now. It's Don Luce against Potvin. Luce faked the shot. Potvin took him out of the play beautifully, and Goring swings away for New York, dropping it up the line, too far back actually, and it's offside. Now let's take a look at the second goal in the Philadelphia-Minnesota game. Here's Minnesota announcer Bob Kurtz at the Spectrum.
Dropping it back for DuPont. DuPont for Daly to Bridgman. Now Bridgman. Look out. Pass to Daly. Daly scooting down the right side. He's got Barber in the clear. He scores!
Thank you, Bob Kurtz. It's 2-0 in Philadelphia. The Flyers are leading, and here, with 5:30 left in the first period, there is no score at the Auditorium here in Buffalo. Bob Cole with Gary Dornhofer and the Islanders on a power play with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in that penalty to play fair of Buffalo. Long shot down the ice, right on the net. Sauvé flipped it on the boards himself, went by Gillies, and Potvin, number 5, back to his own line. Luce hounding him. Sealing was the other penalty killer up front. And here's Potvin leading the attack. Dumped it into the zone. He was bumped by Schoenfeld as he did. Height whipped it on the boards. Up the line. It goes down the ice by Potvin. It was tipped away by Craig Ramsey. Pearson. Long, dangerous-looking pass, but got by everybody up to center. Now Buffalo shooting it in. 35 seconds left in the Buffalo penalty. In the corner. It comes right in front of the net. A good chance for Ramsey. Another penalty coming up against the New York Islanders this time. Sauvé racing out of the net. Ramsey still in possession. Feeds it back to his own zone. Schoenfeld is back there, and the Buffalo net is empty. It's cleared to center. Perreault's away. Here he comes. Gilbert Perreault dropping it back. The shot, and it's wide as Sealing let it go. Now New York will gain possession. The whistle will sound. Here comes the penalty against the New York Islanders. This Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from the Auditorium in Buffalo.
Things go better when you and Coke get together. Everybody's looking, searching for the best. Coca-Cola's got the taste for living life refreshed. Coke got life. Things go better when you and Coke get together.
There's nothing like a Coke.
Coke adds life. Coca-Cola adds life.
Well, there sits Brian Trottier and the holding penalty. There you see it right there, the wraparound, and down goes Sealing. Now, what Scotty Bowman has done here on the Sabres power play, he's put up Jim Schoenfeld up on the forward line, and there's only one reason for that. You can bet that once the Sabres get into that zone, he'll likely go in front of the net.
4:17. This penalty coming at 15:41. 43. Make it 15:43.
No sooner have I said that, Bob, and Scotty Bowman takes Schoenfeld off the ice.
Okay. He's got Smith in the corner now. Now they have the extra man as Playfair's penalty is over. They're trying to get a whistle. The Islanders are up the far side. They're not successful. Gordy Lane shoots one down the ice. He nearly hit Goring at center, and he was behind everybody. Sauvé up on the left side for Richard Martin. He fanned on that pass, and it goes to Lane of New York. They've been great killing penalties, these New York Islanders, in this semifinal series. 1 minute and 28 seconds left in the New York penalty. On the power play, no score in this first period, and it's Van Boxmeer coming in. He played a great game on Tuesday. It's cleared up on the boards into the corner. There's Gilbert Perreault taking a look. A pass doesn't come through, and the Islanders, Goring shoots it down the ice. 1 minute and 5 seconds left in the New York penalty. 3:20 in the opening period. It's scoreless as Perreault gets to the line. He nearly lost it. Martin couldn't pick it up, and again the Islanders shoot it down the ice. Richie Dunn going back. They just can't seem to do anything. There's Richie Dunn back of the net. 44 seconds left on the power play. And it's Perreault shooting it in on the boards. Here comes Martin on this side. In back of the net he goes. He's stopped. Potvin looking forward. It comes loose. The Sabres have it. Billy Smith went down quickly to make that save on Gare. Dunn over on the other side. There's a drive on that one. Going for the far side. Didn't miss by much. And now the Islanders shoot it down the ice. Gary Smith coming back. 15 seconds left in the penalty, Gary. I think they've killed another one. But wait now, there's still time. 10 seconds left as Smith goes in. Smith across the line, put off stride, carries on. Smith back of the net, gets set to make a play. It comes to Dunn. The penalty is over now. Dunn shoots it on the boards into the corner. Dudley was flattened in front of the net by Lorimer. Play goes right on, and up to center goes Trottier. Going in, looking dangerous. Trottier back of the net, takes a look in the corner as he stopped, and he got it in front, and the Sabres were there to clear it. Luce coming to center. Luce on the left side is Sealing, and he lost it. Goring goes back deep in his own zone. Up on the wing comes Tonelli. Look out! He was bumped hard by Schoenfeld. Two of them went down. Tonelli back up, though, and the Sabres have it. Shooting it in. Height's long shot is stopped by Billy Smith. 1.5 minutes left in the opening period. There's no score as the Islanders come to center. Merrick breaks in, a neat pass on the wing. Tonelli back of the goal, centered it, and it's stopped out near the line. Here's McKechnie swinging away, down with Craig Ramsey. Going in. Ramsey circles the net, comes out front, goes back of the net again. It's cleared into the corner with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the period, and Merrick all alone to center again. Schoenfeld went after him, missed him this time. Merrick lost it against Schoenfeld. Look out, we've got a hooking penalty coming up. Buffalo with 1 minute and 3 seconds left in the period. And it's Savard going off.
Well, the Sabres are still having problems in the New York zone, trying to get that good shot. They're always waiting for the perfect play instead of just firing a few long ones or even from against the boards and having that second man go at the net. There's Savard in the penalty box. There's the hook from behind on Merrick, and down he goes. And this could be a big part of the game right here. You certainly don't want a goal scored against you in the last minute of any period. But you got Luce and Ramsey out there, two of the best penalty killers in the league. They played together for so many years. They anticipate what the other team is going to do. And one thing, they're not fooled by the stick handling of the Islanders or any other team, for a matter of fact. They always have a take that body, take the man right out.
And they've scored plenty times while being shorthanded.
Become very dangerous for that part, Bob.
55 seconds left in the period. Gillies nearly lost it right there. He did finally, and Ramsey just played it into the zone. Back of the net. Islanders getting set to move it up ice with 45 seconds left of the period. Coming out, Pearson's pass up on the wing. There's Bossy lifting one in on the other side. Trottier stopped. Height took it away from him, but here's Pearson into the corner to Bossy. Schoenfeld going after him and took him hard into the boards. Bossy giving a good jolt. Now it's Potvin getting set. Potvin's shot knocked down. Gillies with the rebound. Couldn't center it. Schoenfeld Beautiful defensive move, but he gave it away to Potman. Here's a drive by Boston. Stand on it. 12 seconds left in the period. Islanders can't keep it in. That'll do it as it goes down the ice with just 7 seconds left in the period now. And Pearson back of the net. 3 seconds left. He'll shoot it from center. Nope. The horn goes, and the first period ends. Nobody could break through. Billy Smith or Bob Sauvé. Sabres came out early, forechecking, had good territorial advantage. The power play is still very listless, and they can't solve the penalty killing of the Islanders. So the score at the end of the first period, the Sabres nothing, and the Islanders nothing.
Talking.
A scoreless first period, 6-5. The shots on goal indicating the type of play we saw. The Islanders outshooting Buffalo by 1, and there were 2 penalties to each team. Still power play time remaining for the Islanders beginning the second period. The scoring star of Game 1 for New York was John Tonelli, whose 2 goals put it right out of the Buffalo Sabres' reach. And I wonder, 2 goals in a semifinal game, how that ranks on a list of pro hockey thrills for you.
Oh, near the top, Steve. The big thing for me is that the team won the game.
John, you scored 14 goals in 77 regular season games, and now you have 6 in 10 playoff games. Is there something about playoffs that appeals to you in terms of scoring goals?
I don't know. I'm really on an emotional high right now. You know, our team's playing well, and I just look at it as through emotion and confidence. I have a lot of confidence out there.
Especially in playoffs?
Especially.
Now, the first period would seem to me to be a type of period that the Islanders would like. It's not wide open, and that's the way Buffalo would like it. Are you satisfied with the way this period has gone?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. I think we were a little shaky in the first part of the period. They come out bumping us, and then we did the same thing to them near the end of the period.
There's all sorts of talk, perhaps mostly in the newspapers, about what would happen if things got started in front of Billy Smith and in and around the goal crease. Did you have any special instructions on how to play this game based on what had been said after the last one?
I don't think so. I think our team can handle ourselves, especially our big guys. Smitty, he's just playing fantastic in there, and I don't think nobody's going to bother with him.
Last season, the Islanders win the regular season championship and then lose to the New York Rangers in a memorable series. This season, it appears you're coming at the playoffs from a very different perspective, in that the beginning of the season wasn't too good, and now everything seems to be saved for the end. Do you get the feeling that there is more confidence in the team in this year's playoffs than in last year's?
Oh, I think so, definitely. I think we learned a big lesson from 2 years ago with Toronto and last year with the Rangers. I think we're a more aggressive team now, and we know what we have to do to win the hockey games, and I think we're utilizing the most of our talent.
Did the win over Boston add any special sort of confidence to the team in that it was a series that in which you were the underdog, despite the fact that Boston had been tired? It was a physical series. You stood up to that, and you'd beaten primarily a skating team, Los Angeles. The feeling may be that you can play any sort of way and win any sort of way.
That's right, Dave. It was a real character builder in Boston. They come out trying to fight us, and our big guys stood tall for us, and it was a really big help for us that win against Boston.
You're playing in a line with Wayne Merrick and Mike Bossy. Now, you've played with Merrick all season long. Bossy just in the playoffs, but there was a time when you used to play with Brian Trottier and Mike Bossy. I'm sure you remember well.
That was a big thrill for me because Trotz is my idol, him and Boss, They teach me a lot, give me a lot of advice, and it's just a big thrill to play with those guys.
Well, you gave the Islander fans a big thrill in game number 1. 2 goals for John Tonelli. We thank you for your time, and good luck in this game and the rest of the series.
Thanks, Dave.
John Tonelli of the New York Islanders, and next Gary Dornhofer with his impressions of this series, and particularly tonight's first period, as Stanley Cup 80 continues in just a moment. Scoreless first period between the Islanders and the Buffalo Sabres, and Gary Dornhofer, I don't think you have to look at the scoreboard or even watch the play. Just listen to the crowd, and you know that this is the Islanders' sort of game and the Islanders' sort of series, because when the Sabres are playing, all sorts of things happening, and the crowd is caught up in the excitement, and this is not exciting hockey, and I think the Islanders are just happy with that.
The Islanders are putting the Sabres to sleep right now. The way the Sabres started off in that first period, I thought, well, they're doing exactly what they have to do to win a hockey game. They're getting in there quickly and forechecking, and all of a sudden the Sabres, they just put up a line right on that defense, Dave. They stopped them from penetrating. They weren't able to shoot the puck in, and that just frustrated the Sabres, and they're having problems right now.
In that event, it would seem that the first goal, even though it didn't mean too much the other night, with Buffalo scoring it, might mean a lot more tonight, because if Buffalo gets the lead, the Islanders have to start thinking more offensively, and perhaps the Sabres get more scoring chances if that happens.
Well, a lot of things that the Sabres had to improve on. Of course, they had the advantage of having a chance to practice yesterday. They really worked on quick pass out of their own zone to try to get the wingers the puck when they're in motion. Now, that's a Scotty Bowman's ploy from when he was, in the Montreal system. They certainly utilize that speed, and that's what they want to do. And then, of course, once they penetrate that zone, they have to get some more shots. You noticed in Game 1 how they constantly gave up good scoring chances to make an extra play, and time again, they were giving the puck to a teammate that was in a worse scoring position than what the original player had, especially Gare. He never passes the puck when he's in a good scoring position.
Well, they only had 5 shots in the first period and perhaps only 1 good scoring chance, that by Tony McKegney, a good save by Bill Smith on that play. Gary, thank you. We'll let you run back upstairs and rejoin Bob Cole after watching the opening. I don't think he can do without you. And next, we'll have a film feature on the Buffalo coaching system. We'll return with the Stanley Cup playoffs in just a moment. The Buffalo Sabres have their own ideas about how a hockey team should be coached. Those ideas include plenty of coaches and plenty of equipment, electronic equipment. Let's find out more.
St. Louis, Montreal, Buffalo, and still on stage.
Time's come for me to take my vows and leave the stage. But I feel I'm just beginning. There's so many things I want to say before I go. But I'll be back to sing again.
Buffalo captain Danny Gare.
With 3 people on the ice, like we have had been on all practices, we feel it. Roger and Scotty and Jimmy, there's quite a few players, and it's hard for everyone to know what's going on certain ice sessions. And we feel with the 3 of us, it keeps the momentum in practice moving, and everybody is really interested, and it keeps the momentum. And that's one thing I think you have to have in practice, is have full-out effort, and they can always check on, missed plays or plays that you don't feel you're doing properly.
Well, I think we've maybe changed a little bit from other years, that we've gone into a lot of pregame scouting. We don't play the clubs that often, and we're very aware of what the opposing team has done in its last game. And we have, as you know, two coaches on the bench and 1 coach up in the press box, and we relay information from upstairs in the press box to the bench, and we all have our duties, Jim Roberts and Roger Nielsen and myself, and we've pretty well got it designated that the pregame meeting, Roger will give a rundown on the opposition, and then I will talk about our club, what we're going to do, and Jim Roberts is in charge of the day of the game skate for the players that go and skate, and also he's on the ice at every practice session along with Roger and sometimes myself.
It's my job to kind of keep the players pepped up during the game, to take the messages from the press box of what's going on that we're not seeing from the bench. It's just been kind of another set of eyes that we get down to the bench with the communication system we have, plus my set of eyes to help out the coach that's working the strategy of the game.
Our team has remained pretty well injury-free this year, and perhaps one of the reasons is our off-ice program. We have 10 minutes of stretching before every workout. Rick Dudley leads it, and he's a phys ed man, does an excellent job. And then after practice, twice a week, we have a weight training circuit that the players do, and what we're trying to do is just maintain their strength.
Bowman is an acknowledged student of the game. In turn, Nielsen and Roberts are students of the Bowman philosophy. Together, they make it work. Roger Nielsen.
Certainly with 3 minutes, makes the workload a lot easier. My job during the games is to be up above, giving any information I can down to help Scotty out. On this play, Engblom Before the games, we prepare a scouting tape. Our statistician and video man, Al Dunford, takes our scouting report and puts it together in about a 5-minute clip. And we show this to the players and point out some of the tendencies of the other team. And certainly we're very happy with the system.
You want the winger to go right to him then, right?
Well, not really, no.
There's more work this year because I've been helping out with the coaching and doing a lot of scouting and the general manager's duties. But I'd say overall next year will be more or less, the work will be there, but you'll be able to plan it a little more yourself.
Time's come for me to take my bows and leave the stage. But I feel I'm just beginning.
Coaches have plenty of work to do in this series, it seems, because thus far the Islanders are winning the strategical battle, their style of play, overcoming the Buffalo Sabres' speed. Though on the scoreboard tonight, no advantage to either side. Islanders in Buffalo, a scoreless first period, and now let's rejoin Bob Cole and Gary Dornhofer.
Out onto the ice for the start of the second period. Shots in the first period, the Islanders out shooting Buffalo 6-5. There were 4 penalties, Goring and Trottier of New York, Playfair and Savard of Buffalo, all minors, and 57 seconds left in Savard's penalty. He'll go naturally to the penalty box, and the Islanders will have the man advantage as we start the second period. Game 3. Don't forget, Buffalo at Long Island. That'll be Saturday at 8 o'clock, and Hockey Night in Canada will be there. Minnesota at Philadelphia tonight at the end of the first period. They're in the second now. 2-0 Philadelphia over the North Stars. Holmgren and Barber for Philadelphia Flyers. Got to tell you something, Gary. We talked in that first game about an assist that we felt would be changed. Well, I talked to Joe Sadler, the NHL official scorer in that game. He's the official scorer again tonight, of course. Joe Sadler of Toronto. Before tonight's game, he looked at the films of the game, and he agrees. He's changed an assist credited to Merrick to Pearson.
Well, you remember when Pearson shot the puck after he wasn't given the assist, I thought maybe I was seeing things out there, Bob. But he definitely started the play. But in this period here, you know, Al Arbour, he was very concerned with the amount of giveaways that the Islanders had in Game 1, and he said our team relied too much on Billy Smith to come up with not only the initial save, but also the rebound plus that rebound. Now, the Islanders, they tightened up in that first period, Bob. Only one good scoring chance against them.
You're talking about goaltenders, and that little bit of fun we had before the game tonight, Gary. You're tough to move out of that crease, no question. But that rap on the head, there's something that I'm filing away, okay?
That was just to wake you up, Bob, that's
okay,
all.
Thanks very much. I needed that. You're tough to move at the net. We played some tennis yesterday, as a matter of fact, did we not? You're the same there. You didn't move at the net.
Well, that's what happens when you have those cement running shoes. I had a good partner, though.
Oh, we had a lot of fun yesterday here in Buffalo. We had some of our French broadcasters, Gilles Tremblay, Lionel Duval, Gary, our executive producer, Ralph Mellenby. One of the writers from Long Island joined us. I can't play that game either. I'm not in this class. Ron Harrison, of course, our director. Oh, what a group. What a group. We're going into the second period now. 57 seconds remaining in the penalty to Andre Savard of Buffalo. And Buffalo in possession as we start the second. Long shot down the ice in back of the net is Billy Smith. Stopping it there for Pearson. He'll have to move it quickly. 45 seconds left in the penalty. Bossy. He couldn't go by height. Took him out of the play. Now Bossy again. He gives it away. This time to Craig Ramsey. He pushed it ahead, and Pearson starts Potvin. He has some speed up now. Potvin going in. Along the boards, back of the net it goes. Bourne took a swipe at it. Trottier back to Bourne. He steps in front of the net and can't shoot it. He's too well covered by Luce. Pearson up the line. 20 seconds left of the penalty. The shot is right on. That's stopped by Sauvé. Back of the net. Great pressure now by the Islanders on this power play. Bourne into the slot. And Potvin shot away wide. Potvin kept it in, though, to Bossy. Bossy, a pass ahead. Here's Trottier back to Potvin. And a save by Sauvé. The penalty is over. Again, Islanders lose it. And it's loose, breaking out of the zone with Ramsey trailing. There's the pass for Craig Ramsey. He stops along the boards. Put a pass in on the net, and Billy Smith knocked it away. Now Savard, back of the goal. He takes a look back near the blue line, decides to go in back of the net with it again. Loose had a stick lifted by Pearson. No score. Minute and a half gone in the second period. Trottier stopped by Perreault and Martin. And Martin brings it back in with Perreault and loose. Here's Perreault breaking for the net. He was put off stride, and there's going to be a penalty now to the New York Islanders, a hooking call. And the Islanders will be shorthanded again. From the Auditorium in Buffalo, this is Stanley Cup 80.
Over the hills, under the sun, way up in the sky, the farther out you go, the more you need Super Radio.
CGE's new AM/FM Super Radio pulls in stations from hundreds of miles away, so you can go far away and still get down a great sound.
Over the hills, under the sun, way up in the sky, the farther out you go, the more you need Super Radio.
New Super Radio from Canadian General Electric.
Well, Gilles Perreault with a great burst of speed. Here he goes. Trottier had to give him the hook from behind to haul him down. He would have had a great opportunity of getting a good chance on Smith. So now the Sabres will have that man advantage, and the way they've looked in the power play is just unbelievable considering the way they put the puck in the net the last series. So they have to get something going this power play.
Okay, now here are the Buffalo Sabres, frustrated by the Islanders' penalty killers up to this point in the series. Into the corner. Smith has it. He twists and turns, gets it back to the line. Perreault's shot, nowhere near the net. Sealing into the corner. Lane after him. Danny Gare has it. Danny Gare going around the goal, coming back out. Perreault, the screen shot, kicked away by Billy Smith. That's off his glove. Over the glass, into the crowd. These goaltenders, you know, never cease to amaze you. The way they pick up that puck coming through 4 or 5 players.
Bob, on Craig Ramsey's last shift, he was holding his stomach. He went into the players' dressing room, and as soon as we have a report, we will hand it on to you. We don't know what the extent of that injury is. That's Craig Ramsey.
1:42 left in the New York Islanders penalty. No score in the hockey game. Face off deep in the zone to the right. Perreault moves in. Smith was ordered out. And it's Henning for the New York Islanders. Pileup of players. Right from the draw, it goes into the corner, and Lane has it for New York. Lane couldn't clear it. He hit the side of the net as he tried to move it. Richie Dunn keeping it in. Henning had him covered. Now a chance for Perreault. And the shot is stopped by Billy Smith. He's been great in this series. Here's Smith again with a shot from the line. Sealing in the corner. Gare being pushed out of the crease. Here's Smith, another drive. And that's just wide on the far side. And it's cleared down the ice by the New York Islanders. That Smith is hot again tonight.
Well, he's getting the front of the net cleared. You see the job that Morrow did there?
Okay, a minute left in the New York penalty. Coming out is Gilbert Perreault. He shoots one in high on the glass in the corner. Lorimer, he lost it against Perreault. Slides it back to Dunn. Dunn to Perreault again. A high pass. He knocked it down. Can he move it? No. Bourne flipped it off the boards down the ice. Out of the net comes Sauvé. In the race, he makes it. But here's Bourne stealing it. That was close. Sauvé scampering back. There's Martin swinging away on the left wing as Perreault carries in. Perreault left it for Sealing. It comes back to Martin. And his shot wide. Billy Smith went down. Hops back up quickly. 20 seconds left in the penalty. There's another drive. And that one was just wide of the net by Van Boxmeer. Sealing went in back of the goal with Perreault. Sealing got it loose into the corner. Out he comes to the line. Schoenfeld faked the shot. Sealing had it tipped away. And down the ice as Henning got a stick in front of it. And now the Islanders have killed another penalty as Trottier is back on. No score nearing the 4-minute mark of this second period. Into the corner. Martin against Trottier, and loose gets it back. Schoenfeld fired it in back of the net on the other side. And here's Gordie Lane coming out. Lane gets it as far as the line. The Sabres, Van Boxmeer stole it and took a weak shot. Lorimer loose after him. gets away with Merrick. Here's Merrick up over the line, had it knocked away, and it goes back down the ice. Lane is racing back. Here's Billy Smith out of the net. He put it up on the boards. Luce couldn't stop it. The Sabres keep it in. And they're fighting hard to try to get this first goal in the game. Right in front it comes. Martin, the shot. And wait a minute. I see Ray Scampanella with his hand in the air. We might have a penalty coming up for too many men on the ice. And I believe it's against the Buffalo Sabres. We'll wait. There goes the referee, Wally Harris, to the far side. Indeed, we might have a penalty. Tonight's Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from the Auditorium in Buffalo.
Buffalo penalty.
Here it comes. Canada's great-selling sporty little car. And see how it runs. The excitement begins the moment you get behind the wheel. Mustang, a real thoroughbred on the open road. Mustang. Fun to drive, great fuel economy, reasonably priced. Mustang. If you're ready for a new scene, you don't have to climb a mountain. Just see your Ford dealer.
4:23. A penalty handed out to the Buffalo Sabres. McKechnie will serve it. It indeed was a penalty for too many men on the ice.
Well, they really hurt, Bob. And, when you talk about a team that has discipline, you just can't afford to give power play chances away with miscues like that. You talk about the importance of giveaways. So far tonight, the Islanders have coughed up the puck 13 times in their own zone. Sabres unable to capitalize. Buffalo have only given the puck away 5 times.
What have you got to do to beat Billy Smith? He's been great.
Well, sometimes you get that first one, the floodgates open, but so far he has done some job.
Now another power play, this time for the Islanders as Gillies comes to center. In goes Trottier, cutting in for a shot. Nowhere near the net, up high it went. And Bossy fell. Sealing will clear it for Buffalo, coming down with Luce. Sealing goes in over the line, breaking for the corner. He was spun around, fans calling for a penalty. But the Islanders have the man advantage. Pearson, back of the net, slides a pass up on the right wing. Here's Bossy coming in. Brings it back for Pearson. He hits the line. Threw it off to the corner. Going in after it now, trying to get it back. It comes to the line where Gillies is waiting for it. Now Potvin closing in. Faked the shot and got it back on the boards. So far, nobody could do anything with a power play in this game. But the Islanders have it going now. There's Gillies' shot right on the net. And Sauvé blocked it and made the save. Now, another report on the Minnesota-Philadelphia game. At the Spectrum, here's Bob Kurtz.
There we go. And Philadelphia controls. Back to Daly, a drive. Big save there by Edwards. Rebound is controlled by Clark. Off for Leach. Oh, they just get it wide. As Edwards just got a stick on it after it was deflected on the defense. Now Hill a shot. Edwards another save, and they score.
And that was Bob Kurtz, the voice of the Minnesota North Stars. And, well, Clarkey has scored for Philadelphia, as you saw, and that was a power play goal. And it's 3-0 Philadelphia at the Spectrum here at the Auditorium in Buffalo. It's no score. We're in the second period. I'm Bob Cole with Gary Dornhofer. This is Game 2 of this semifinal series.
Well, you see Scotty Bowman at the bench probably giving instructions. He's constantly getting information from Roger Nielsen way up in here in our broadcast booth just down the alleyway. And so he's always in communication with his players on certain plays. If they make a mistake, he's able to correct it right away.
Okay, Height takes it into the corner. It goes to Sealing. It's tipped out over the line into the center ice area. Goring turning around for New York. He's on with Nystrom and Gillies. It's dropped for Potvin. Coming up, Potvin bumped at center ice, but Pearson will bring it in. Pearson dropped it back for Nystrom. Couldn't get a shot away. It goes to Gillies at the far side. Gillies with 40 seconds left of the penalty now. There's Goring in the corner. Slides it back of the net. Sauvé out of the goal. Gillies bumped him. And it's cleared by Luce down the ice. 30 seconds left in the Buffalo penalty. Kegney is serving that penalty. Too many men on the ice against the Buffalo Sabres. No score of this second period once again. Potvin lugging it well tonight. Shoots it in off a stick. It goes in back of the net. Nystrom after it. So's Bossy. And Van Boxmeer slapped at it. Bossy steals it, though. Look out for Bossy! And his shot was drilled right up the net. Right on the mark, as it usually is. And it was stopped. Van Boxmeer breaks away the penalty over. Van Boxmeer's high, hard shot. Knocked away by Billy Smith. Potvin slapped on the boards and gets it out to center ice. The teams are at full strength now in the second period, nearing the 7-minute mark. No score yet. Down the ice it goes. Icing will be called as Pearson goes back to pick it up. This is Stanley Cup 80 from the Auditorium in Buffalo.
What's it take to brew a great light beer?
Join the movement to light.
13 minutes, 16 seconds left of the second period. No score in this game. Islanders lead the series 1-0, winning on Tuesday night 4-1 right here in Buffalo. Merrick, Sutter, and Tonelli up front for New York. Lane on the defense with Ken Morrow. Now Merrick is ordered out. Tonelli comes in. McKegney is number 8 for Buffalo. He's in to take the draw against Tonelli, who scored 2 goals in the opening game. Was the first star of the game. Cleared back of the net into the corner. Comes back to Lane. He took a shot. Off his skate. Morrow kept it in. That's Mike Ramsey going after it. The Islanders have it, though. It comes all the way back to the line. They just barely keep it in. Here's Tonelli on a bad angle. He shoots it over for Merrick. It went too far. Wait a minute. We're getting a whistle, a high stick making contact. I said Tonelli was the first star in the game the other night. Billy Smith, was it, Gary?
Billy Smith was, but Tonelli was right there alongside of him. Oh, Wayne Sutter was a first-round pick, underage junior in '79, and came up halfway through the season, and he's played like a young rookie should. He has just fit in there. And
Hockey playing family.
That's right. 3 of his brothers are playing in the Centennial Cup. Well, here's the call where it was knocked down. And it looked like it hit McKegney's helmet, not the high stick. So Wally Harris called the play, and it'll be just past the dot in the Sabres zone.
7 minutes, 7 seconds gone in the second period. No score in this game. The fans just waiting for it to break open. And Perreault's the man who can do it. He shoots a long one in off the boards, and Howard has it. Howard back of the net against Martin and Sealing. Sealing got it to Martin back to the line. Schoenfeld took a shot. Wow, that was close. It changed direction right in front of the net, but luckily for Billy Smith, it was off the target. Up the line, kept in. At the Buffalo line. Now it's Merrick missing the pass. Sealing flipped it out. Again, Richard Martin bumped by Bourne on the boards, and Sealing turning around. Here he comes, dropping it. The Sabres. Schoenfeld up to center. Stick handles up over the line, looking good on this rush. Right in front it comes. And Perreault couldn't get his stick down on it as he was right in on top of Billy Smith. Howard comes right back for New York. He's upended. Penalty coming up on that one. You're going to hear the fans now in the auditorium. Wally Harris called it right away. And a Buffalo penalty coming up with a score. Sabres nothing. Islanders nothing. This is Stanley Cup 80.
Now, from Everready, the Energizer, energy source of the 80s. When ordinary carbon batteries are dead and gone, the Energizer lives on. In toys like this, the C-size Energizer runs 790% as long as ordinary batteries. 790% for this new electronic world. The Energizer.
The Energizer, Energizer. For life.
Longer life.
Well, Rick Sealing in the penalty box, a tripping call against Gary Howitt. I don't know. I think this is a weak call right here.
He was actually falling, and all the Howitt did was fall over top of him, but Wally Harris figured it was a trip, and doesn't matter what he says now, he's going to be in the box.
Did he say tripping or clipping? I don't know.
Well, the ceiling, he fell, and Howitt just went over top of him. I don't know how you call that a penalty. Anyway.
Okay, he's over there, and the Islanders have the man advantage. Potvin closing in, slides it in back of the net. Sauve will take no chances now. He'll freeze it every opportunity he gets.
Well, you notice on the Islander power play how Potvin really controls the play out there. And, of course, the Islanders try to feed him every chance that they get. And then you have to watch out for that Trottier. He'll get in the slot area and Bossy just to the side of the net. And it becomes a dangerous power play. So far, the Sabres have been able to hold the Islanders off in the power play.
Here it comes, right back to the line. Pearson gets set. Pearson, a pass in on the left side. Trottier likely will come back to him. He does. Pearson over to Bossy. His pass is stopped. Pearson kept it in. Bossy is over on the other side. Now it comes back to Pearson. Pearson gets set. Potvin's drive. That hit a leg and just bounced wide. Now Bourne keeping it in. Bourne along the boards. He's stopped by Schoenfeld. And the Sabres get it up to center ice. 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the penalty to the Buffalo Sabres. No score of this second period, nearing the 9-minute mark. And it's a power play broken up by Savard this time. Potvin holding on him in the corner. Fans are really standing up now. This is great action as the Islanders start away. Coming down to center, Bossy had difficulty. Here's Pearson coming in. He goes to the far side. Lifts one in on the boards. Back of the net, Sauve dumped it over on the other side again. Gillies stopped it. They'll get a whistle there. Schoenfeld went down on one knee, and it's called. Now, let's get a report on the Minnesota-Philadelphia game. Here again is Bob Kurtz at the Spectrum.
Drop the draw controlled by Philadelphia as it's Kenny Linsman, number 14 with the puck. Linsman just inside the line, dropping it back for Daly. A bomb, he scores! It's 4-0 Philly, a third power play goal. And the rout is on as they lead Minnesota now by a score of 4-0.
Well, there it is. Philadelphia 4 and Minnesota 0 at the Spectrum. And here at the Auditorium in Buffalo, we're live again. And there is no score. It's cleared all the way down the ice. Holmgren, Barber, Clark, and Daly. Third and fourth goals, power play goals. They can't seem to do anything with the power plays here tonight in this building. Islanders have one right now with 30 seconds left in the penalty to Buffalo. And here they come, Nystrom. Kept it in along with Gillies. It hit Gillies actually and bounced back of the net. Then Perreault couldn't move it out. Potvin gets set. A pass in on the boards. It comes back in front. Van Boxmeer couldn't clear it. Here's Pearson. Right in front it goes. And Sutter, or rather, Goring fanned on it. Goring now gets ready to make a play. In back of the net it goes. Nystrom the stop. Here's Perreault shooting it down the ice. 3 seconds left in the penalties. So another power play opportunity goes by the boards. No score. They played 10 minutes and 10 seconds of the second period. Nystrom, he was belted by Mike Ramsey into the corner. They try to clear it out, and they do, getting it to Gare at center ice. Gare moves up over the line, a long shot away wide of the net. Into the corner goes Smith. He couldn't do much with it. Now another penalty coming up. And let's see, this time it's going to be an elbowing penalty against the New York Islanders. Stanley Cup 80 will continue in a moment.
The Mark II by Arrow. A tapered shirt that fits you perfectly. Because only the Mark II is tailored to the contours of your body. With a dart here and here. Has sleeves the length you choose. And if you wish, a patented marked collar. The only collar shaped to fit the cone of your neck. That's the Mark II. The perfect tapered shirt. Fittingly made only by Arrow.
10:32, the time of the penalty. Nystrom is off for elbowing. Well, here 9:28 left in the period.
There it is in the corner with Bob Nystrom. He'll get the elbow up, and he'll go off. And you know, in the last 12 power play advantage that the Sabres have had, they have failed to score. Now they've got to get something going here.
Smith with Perreault. It comes right away to Lorne Henning. And he'll bring it up to center and then shoot it in. Goes into the corner. Dunn ran into Henning. And now Perreault on the power play. Starting away. Got to stop him. He comes over the line to center. Now he's up over that line. Dropped it back to Martin. Comes back to Dunn. Dunn gets set for Smith. Smith takes a look at Dunn again. He's checked well. Trying to get it over to Dunn now. There it goes to him. Dunn gets set. Back it comes to Smith. There's the shot. Scores! No, wait a minute. We're going to hear it now. No goal. Wally Harris immediately says no goal. Let me tell you, I wouldn't want a job officiating in this kind of stuff. No goal. He waved it off immediately. I kid you not, Gary, he was standing to the left of the goalpost, and the moment it went in, I saw Wally Harris wave his arms. There he goes. Get out of here. He doesn't want to talk to anybody.
Well, you could see it coming, Bob. There was a double penalty, Gare and Lane, and what a battle they were having in front of the net. You'll see the shot here. But watch the battle that those two guys are having in front. They are just wrapping each other. There's the Gare shot. That's a slashing.
To number 18, Danny Gare. 2 minutes each for slashing.
So both players, Lane and Gare,
2
will
minutes
go
each
off
for
for slashing.
The time, 11:06.
You know, Danny Gare must have heard us about getting somebody in front because he really planted himself, and it resulted in a goal. Unfortunately, it was nullified. The whistle had gone prior to the goal going in.
Lane and Gare, as you saw, were going at it, and as Dorney just explained, right in front of the net. And we didn't hear the whistle. No, there was a mighty roar as it looked like the Sabres had something going on that power play, but the whistle obviously had gone, and Harris immediately waved it off. I saw him do that.
Well, they still have right here, Bob, a 4-on-3. It's a better situation for the Sabres. You know, they got more ice to work, less players out there, and they got the type of guys that can really move that puck. You know, Martin and Perreault and Smith. Now all of it takes is to make that one good play and get the good shot away.
Okay, 8:54 left in the period. No score. 4 skaters against 3. Perreault back to Dunn. Closing in. A high shot was blocked. Bourne went after Dunn. Couldn't get there in time. Lorimer in the corner. He was taken in on the boards by Martin. It comes back to Richie Dunn to Perreault. Perreault gets set. Back to Dunn again. There's another drive that's spoiled. Knocked down in front. Smith couldn't get a shot. And the play is called for a face-off as Bob Bourne was on the ice. And he hangs on to it.
Well, in that last play, the way Billy Smith sees it, there you see Gare getting good position, and that's some of the treatment you take. There they are, both of them going at each other with the sticks. Lane trying to clear Gare out so Smith can have a look at it, and Gare, of course, getting in front.
And as we come back, look what's happened over here. We're back live again. As you see, they're pushing and shoving, and you can see that they're talking at each other, and that's about it, I think.
You know,
Martin was upset about something.
Right. In the last sequence, Bob, you notice that the Islanders played 2 men up. They were forcing the point man and hurry them up, try to make a bad pass, and they only had 1 man guarding the front of the net. Now, if the Sabres are able to get that pass through, it would have resulted in a 2-on-1. They just weren't able to do that.
8:33 left in the period. There is still no score here down at Philadelphia at the Spectrum. It's 4-0 for the Flyers. We'll be going there periodically to show you the scoring plays when we get an opportunity. But here in Buffalo, we're in a real tight squeeze tonight. The Sabres down a game against the Islanders. Islanders winning 4-1 on Tuesday night. And nothing has been solved so far in this game. Right now, Buffalo with the man advantage. Comes back to Perreault. Great shot. Right on. Knocked down by Billy Smith. Lorimer trying to move it out of the zone for New York. Here comes Perreault looking for it. Roots at it. Can't get it loose. Sealing does, though. Back of the net. Potvin hustles over against Smith. Potvin took him down. Potvin fell. Broke his stick. He's without a stick now. Here's Perreault getting set. A pass to Smith. Smith closing in. Here's Perreault getting set. Beautiful fake. There's Smith. Can't get a shot. Put it on the net. Stopped by Billy. Another penalty coming up, I think. It'll be against... Whoa, we got a holding call in front of the net. And it's going to be against the Islanders. live from the Auditorium in Buffalo, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Why don't we discuss it over there?
You gotta have heart. You gotta have heart. Miles and miles and miles of heart. Miles of heart. If you're gonna brew a beer with great taste, there's only one place to start. Molson Light has got heart. It's got heart. Molson Light has got heart.
Join the movement to light.
Showdown in the NHL and Don Cherry's Coach's Corner. That's a full intermission, and that's what we have for you after the second period. And action right now. Let's get back to it.
7:58 remaining in the period. As you see, there's no score. We've got a penalty against the New York Islanders. Potvin is off for a holding.
Of course, Potvin, he lost his stick, and the logical thing to do is to grab somebody. There you see it, right in front on Smith. He has a pretty good hold of him. There's the grab right there, holding the stick. Smith made the save, so it'll be a delayed call.
All right, 30 seconds left in Nystrom's penalty. Potvin cannot start until that one is over. Van Boxmeer now, great opportunity for Buffalo Sabres. Perreault closing in a step or two, backs up a step or two, swings around, rolled it in front, and the Islanders shoot it down the ice. 15 seconds left in Nystrom's penalty. Then Potvin's will begin. I'll tell you, the Islanders are in a bad fix at the moment. The Buffalo Sabres coming in. Perreault speeding right in on goal. Got it in front, couldn't shoot it. Van Boxmeer turning around with it. Van Boxmeer winds up. He won't shoot it from there, I don't think. He's covered in front. And Smith from this side. Back in front it goes. Down goes Billy Smith. Scramble. Billy Smith again. Another scramble. I can't believe my eyes. Billy Smith is stopping everything. Gary, when was the last time you saw goaltending like that in such a crucial situation?
Well, way back when Bernie Perron won a couple Stanley Cups for Philadelphia, but time and time again, you know, the Sabres are certainly getting the chances, especially on this power play. There, two of them have a crack at it. There's the first fan shot. Now look at how everybody converges for the net. Smith is there. Perreault is there. Just can't put it home.
He's tough to beat. Oh, what goaltending. You talked about that today, Gary. You're looking for the big save. Remember? Well, you got to have the big save.
That separates them, and I'm sure if the Islanders can get out of this one without a goal scored against them, that'll give everybody a big lift.
Buffalo still on a power play. 1:45 left in Potvin's penalty. In just 13 seconds now, the other two players will be back on, Lane and Gare. So Buffalo with a man advantage. Continuing with this power play, it's still scoreless. Perreault was bumped as he tried to go in. Into the corner, Langevin couldn't move it out. Buffalo in command. That's Smith back there. Steps out this way. Van Boxmeer's shot is blocked by Henning, and he's been doing a great job killing these penalties. Lorne Henning, number 10 of the New York Islanders. 1:10 left in Potvin's penalty. Slides down to the Islanders. Langevin, a rolling puck. He couldn't quite get a hold of it, but he managed to poke it down the ice anyway. Dropped into the corner. This is Martin around the net. 55 seconds left in the penalty. Van Boxmeer forced to back up with it. A pass to Smith. He's forced back. Islanders are doing an incredible job killing penalties. In goes Gary, who was bumped. It goes back to the net. That's Morrow trying to move it out. Sabres get a chance. A low shot. Went by in front of Billy Smith into the corner and comes all the way to center ice. 30 seconds left in the penalty to Potvin. No score. Here's Martin bringing it in. Martin lost it. And it's cleared down the ice by Lorne Henning again. Islanders changing now. 4 fresh legs, or rather 8 legs on the ice. 4 new guys. Here they come. Down on the right side, I hope. 8 legs anyway, Gary. Lane on the boards. It goes to Trottier. And away down the ice again. Unbelievable. 5 seconds left in Potvin's penalty. Standing up now, ready to come back on. Up to center ice. Buffalo. A long shot by Rupp was up high on the glass. The penalty is over. They're at full strength again. Down with a shot. Knocked down by Smith. And it's cleared away by New York. Here's Goring coming out to center. Goring up over the line. A pass in front to Potvin. Back this way for Lane. Closing in. The shot right on the net. And Sauve stopped it. Lane went after it again. In front it comes. They score! It just barely got across the line. I don't know if Schoenfeld or the goaltender, Sauve, touched it last, but it got by the goaltender and just barely rolled over the line.
Well, we've seen that happen so many times where a team will put on the pressure, but let's give a little credit to Lane. Look at how he battles in the corner. Goring gets a piece of it and just trickles towards the net, towards the crease. It's over. What great camera work on that one. So Goring actually didn't get good one on it. It was deflected by Schoenfeld. Now you wonder how somebody can't get their hands or their glove on that one. But that tells it all, and it just trickles over the line. A big break for the Islanders as they go ahead of 1-0.
1-0 it is at 15:02. The New York Islanders again with a lead. And oh boy, what penalty killing in this second period by the Islanders. Ceiling bumped, Loose carries on for Buffalo. Loose centered one, and Billy Smith grabbed it and threw it back at the net for Merrick. Out with Tonelli. Coming down to the wing is Bossy. Bossy on the move. Tried to cut in, nearly got in there. He was upended, and the play is called with Sauve holding it. This Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from the Auditorium in Buffalo. Gord Lane and Dennis Potvin, 15:02, the official time. The Islanders on top of the Buffalo Sabres, 1-0. Craig Ramsey, we understand, has been taken to the hospital for an examination and x-rays on his wrist. As we get a report, we'll pass it along to you. Into the corner, back of the net it goes. Here's Bossy chasing it for New York. Gets away from Van Boxmeer, nearly got away. He trapped him then, and they held it along the boards and no further play.
Well, Mike Bossy, who got a perfect pass when he was in full stride. Now, what he tries to do is just get done to the inside. It looked like he had him beat, but boy, he covered up so good and took the puck away from Mike Bossy.
We have 4:26 remaining in this period.
Here's the goal again, as Sauve watches it, and there the puck just trickles over the board. A gallant attempt by Schoenfeld, but to no avail.
1-0, New York Islanders. Trottier, Nystrom, Howitt. And from the draw, it goes by Potvin to the center ice area. Lorimer hooked a high one in. Off the boards in the corner and out of the net is Sauve to tip it away. Derek Smith coming out of the zone, speeding up to center ice is Smith. Goes in over the line with McKechnie. His shot, a low one, stopped by Smith. Lorimer poked at it. Sutter in his own zone. Tries to get away from McKechnie and does with a pass to Potvin to Howitt. Coming out. Dropping it back. Trottier in on the wing is Sutter. His shot off the boards. It hit the side of the net. Sabres bring it out again. This is McKechnie racing away. He has Gare on the right side. Gare cuts with the net. He had it poked away by Potvin. He lifts one off the glove down the ice. Howitt after it. Howitt going in with Sutter. Oh, and his shot was just wide. He was in too far. 3:30 left in the period. 1-0 New York. Smith at center for Buffalo. Long shot stopped by Billy Smith. Bob Lorimer coming back out for New York. Up to center he is. Lifts a high one into the corner, and back there is Sealing. Gillies watching him. Martin got the pass. Weaves his way to center. Here's Martin going in. A good move. Tried to go all the way. It comes loose. And right there is Morrow to tip it down the ice. 3 minutes left in the period. New York Islanders 1. The Buffalo Sabres, no score. Nystrom lost it. Sealing comes to center. Goring chases him. Sealing in on a bad angle, and Morrow had him covered all the way. Now Nystrom against Perreault. Can't get it out. Perreault stopped it for Martin. Martin is then bumped. It comes loose. Goring gets it across the line. He's up at center ice. Shoots one in. It went by Nystrom. Back of the net with 2.5 minutes to play in the period. 1-0, the New York Islanders. This is Van Boxmeer. He's got that great shot. He hit the defenseman with it. Lane, a backhand drive. Rebound is right there in front of Martin. His shot hit a leg. Goring got in front of that one. Now they try to move it back in front. Down goes Billy Smith to stop Martin, who was knocked flying. Andre Savard back of the net. Savard is stopped. Again, here's Van Boxmeer, and it's behind Billy Smith, but he rolled over, and there it was, and he hangs on to it. That was a big break.
Well, the Sabres are finally putting some pressure on, and what they're doing is they're getting control of the boards. They're warding off the checks and coming up with a puck. Now Smith has a few anxious motions here as Perreault deflected it, and there's Smith thrown on the ice with a puck underneath him.
Well, only 2:04 left in the period now. The Islanders with a 1-0 lead, but great pressure being applied now by the Buffalo Sabres.
Bob, there was question of the Sabres playing the Islanders. You know, their forwards aren't that big, and since the Islanders do play an aggressive style, we were just wondering, are the Sabres tough enough in the corners to be able to dig out that puck? They've had problems throughout the series in these two games. Once it's shot into, come up with the puck, because the Sabres just are stronger and able to outmuscle them. Do play an aggressive style. We were just wondering, are the Sabres tough enough in the corners to be able to dig out that puck? They've had problems throughout the series in these two games. Once it's shot into, come up with the puck, because the Sabres just are stronger and able to outmuscle them.
Now we're ready for this face-off. It's deep in the New York zone, as you see, and at center is Don Luce for Buffalo. The draw comes back. A high shot by Dunn up on the glass, over the net. Into the corner, Savard gets it loose out in front again. And Luce's backhand shot is wide. Pearson for New York. He was bumped in there by Lindy Ruff. And they get another whistle with now 1:47 remaining in the period. Down at Philadelphia at the Spectrum. It's the Flyers 4 and the Minnesota North Stars no score. They're nearing the end of the second period there. So the Flyers, Gary, threatening to tie that series, and here it's anybody's guess. It's a close one, a tight one, up to this point. Only one goal, that by the New York Islanders. Goring got it. Face off to the right of Smith. Comes sliding through the crease. Tonelli went after it. On the boards, tried to move it out. Didn't. Kept in by Savard. He was stopped by Tonelli. The Sabres keep that pressure on, though. They're right on, close to everybody. Playfair flipped that one. It went into the corner. Now Tonelli went after his man. They're bumping hard right there in the corner. And the Islanders trying to get away. Coming down is Tonelli. Look out. He got away from that check. Thrown by Lindy Ruff. And a long shot is scooped away by Sauvé. Playfair off the boards for Ruff coming out. Ruff, the pass at the line. At center is Gare. Gare flipping it ahead. Ramsey went flying, no penalty. Play goes right on. Fans thought maybe a penalty was coming. Here's McKechnie. His shot deflected wide. Loose centered it. And the Islanders are right on it immediately to clear it to the line, not out. Tonelli will move it now up to center ice. 45 seconds left, and there's going to be a penalty now against the Buffalo Sabres. Yes, sir. Mike Ramsey is going off. And now Gare is getting the gate. I think he got a 10-minute misconduct penalty. Danny Gare had something to say to the referee, Wally Harris, and he chewed at him for quite a bit. And Harris just took it for 5 or 10 seconds. Then he said, obviously, that's it. You're gone. And I think that'll be a misconduct penalty to Danny Gare. We'll wait for the official announcement.
No, it's not. It's a 2-minute unsportsmanlike conduct.
If it is.
And that's really going to hurt. You know, sometimes you have to keep your cool.
Whoa.
You know, you just can't say anything because the old saying, the referee's
Buffalo
always right.
To number 23, Mike
and this
Ramsey.
is going to really hurt the Sabres. This is going to take them right out of this hockey game.
Here's the announcement.
Here, 2 minutes for unsportsmanlike conduct.
You got it. Now, Gary, as you say,
Mike
that
Ramsey,
unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, they've got 2 minors.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Well, Danny Gare, of course, feels that there should have been a penalty on this one. That was on Mike Bossy, trying to go past him. Everybody in the building thought there should have been a call. There wasn't. Danny Gare, or rather Mike Ramsey, followed it up with a solid hit against the boards. That one was called. Gare objected, and now he finds himself in the penalty box. And this game is going to be decided in the next 2 minutes, with the Sabres playing 2 men short.
Well, there's the time you just saw, 19:18. The Buffalo Sabres getting 2 minor penalties.
And you know, they were putting the pressure on at that time. Sabres were playing good offensive hockey.
Comes back to the line. Pearson gets set. Over it goes to Potvin. Potvin gets a better position. Now the shot. Knocked down the rebound to Bossy. But there's Sauvé jumping on it. He put his hand down on it and held it. 32 seconds left of the period. Islanders lead it 1-0. There's Sauvé. He's in a tight spot now, let me tell you. For the Islanders, with that 2-man advantage, Trottier, Bossy, Gillies, Pearson, Potvin. 1-0 New York. Now Height lifts a high one down the ice. Goes into the corner. Billy Smith stopping it. 25 seconds left of the period. This will likely be the last rush for New York as they move it up over center and over the line. Trottier flipped it in. Potvin lost his stick. He's without one now. In back of the net is Trottier. Trottier trying to move it in front and cannot. Now loose. Puts one on the boards and down the ice it goes. 5 seconds left of the period. That'll do it as Pearson takes it in his own zone to Potvin. And the horn goes to end the second period. And the New York Islanders, the only scoring play of the game so far. A goal by Goring. And so the score at the end of the second period is the New York Islanders 1 and the Buffalo Sabres 0.
Water power. For nearly 100 years, Canadian General Electric has been helping turn this natural resource into electricity, bringing progress to Canadians. Today, CGE is Canada's leader in high-voltage technology, which transmits that power more efficiently than ever before to industries like this giant steel mill, where it's put to work helping provide products and jobs for Canadians. Progress for people from Canadian General Electric.
Here, from Braun, in the domain of the rotary shaver, is the Braun Micron. Look, this is the shaving area of the rotary head. The Braun Micron foil is 30% thinner for a closer, cleaner shave. The thinner the foil, the closer Braun shaves. Our design is to shave you closer than the rotary. The Braun Micron.
Things go better when you and Coke get together.
Things like a summer job.
Everybody's looking. The entire drive. Hey, I need that
After a good day.
Closing time.
Working off the thirst.
Coca-Cola.
When my partner and I decided to take our produce to market, we chose this 1980 Ford Supervan with 20 inches more load space than the regular Econoline. It's built with tough body-on-frame construction, twin I-beam front suspension, and out-front engine design. Now my partner decides we also need this Ford Club wagon with swivel captain's chairs, stereo, the works. Why? She's bigger than me. That's why.
See the built-up Ford vans at your Ford or Mercury dealer.
The New York Islanders have broken the scoreless tie at 15:02. Butch Goring's third goal of the playoffs from Gord Lane, who did a lot of work in the corner, and Dennis Potvin, who had just come out of the penalty box, rather similar to the situation in game number 1 when the Islanders were shorthanded for 5 minutes and scored. This time they were shorthanded with 3 penalties called very close together. They killed off those shorthanded situations and came back to score the goal that put them into the lead. Butch Goring's third, and Wally Harris is not the most popular man in Buffalo right now. Let's now join our second intermission feature, Showdown in the NHL.
Well, Gary Dornhofer, Mike Bossy, the Wingers champion, told you earlier that he had to do well in the shooting drill.
Well, he certainly did. He scored 4 goals against a great goaltender in Don Edwards. That snapshot, boy, does it do wonders.
But Gary, this man also scored 4 goals. Reed Larson, the defenseman champion.
Well, this was the goal that allowed Larson to tie Bossy for the top spot in the shooting drill. And Edwards, he's responsible for those loose pucks. So our standings in the Champion of Champions Series after one event look like this. Bosse and Larson tied for the lead. Showdown, brought to you by Panasonic, just slightly ahead of our time.
Panasonic TV. It's more reliable than ever. Black and white portables that go anywhere. Color that's portable, too. 8 inches to 20 inches. How about those handsome 26-inch consoles? Panasonic features Color Pilot. It keeps the color the way you like it. And VIR integrated circuits control original broadcast quality. TV comes alive with Panasonic. So lifelike you feel you're part of the picture. Be there with Panasonic, just slightly ahead of our time.
Peter Puck takes to the ice as we look at our event scoring system. 10 points for first place, 7 for second, 5 for third, 3 for fourth.
Jim, now this is a confirmed ruling. If the guy's not completely turned at the red line, he's out. Is that it?
Mike Bosse wants to make sure the officials are keeping a close eye on things, and one of the officials, Jim Palmer, says that's exactly what we'll do. Here's the first race, Robbie Fatorik and Mike Bosse. Who's going to win it? Oh, Robbie Fatorik certainly has to be the favorite. Oh, good start by Bosse, though. Now he had to turn backwards there before center ice. Here's where it gets dicey. Look at that Fatorik cut those pylons. Oh, fast feet. He's getting a lead here, Fatorik. Well, that's where he picks up the lead right there, Brian. The way he goes and cuts those pylons. Oh, he's an easy winner and smashing time, 23.47. He's the guy to beat. You know, Bosse got quite a good start, but those pylons did him in. Now, when Gretzky came up, they said his skating wasn't quite up to par. I think he's a great player and a great skater. We'll see what happens here against Larson. Well, they both got off to a good start. Look at the motor. Nice turn by Larson. Now, here's where you have to accelerate. Gretzky handles the puck so well. You notice he has that puck very close to him, uses a very short stick. Got a slight lead. A little bit bigger here now. He just keeps making those legs go, going around the pylon. Look at that time. Nice run by Wayne Gretzky and almost equaled the time of Robbie Fatorik, but not quite. But he's going to end up in second spot. Now here you'll see it again. Look at Gretzky move around those pylons. Real quick. Always has the legs in motion. His time, 23.82. And the key to winning this event is puck control around those pylons. Gretzky wins it over Larson.
Wayne, before I made a statement that forwards couldn't skate backwards. You looked pretty good out there, and you had a real good race.
Well, I was very pleased with my race. I haven't skated backwards in a speed competition before, and I was a little hesitant in what I do, and I was quite pleased with my performance, actually.
I'm sure you had a good time. Reed, what about these forwards and their skating backward drills?
Well, I don't know. I guess they could play anywhere. All three of them did very well in their backward skating. A good thing here is we got to start forward and then turn around, and you got good speed there. But I'm telling you, they didn't lose any balance. They didn't look shaky at all. So what can you say?
So Fatorik picks up 10 points with that time of 23.47. Gretzky gets 7, Larson 5, Bosse 3. Just before this next skating event, let's recap the scoring. Fatorik the leader with 15, Larson 13, Bosse 11, and Gretzky with 10. Now this one is going to be an interesting race. Boy, this will show us a lot. 4 thoroughbreds ready to go. Pon at the line. Ankles taped. And away they go. Oh, that's an even start. Look at young Fatorik get there. He doesn't have any trouble skating backwards. Fatorik and Larson, they're neck and neck right now, Brian. There's the turn and the dash to the finish line. Fatorik and Larson. Gretzky. That's where he wins it. Fatorik on the straightaway because he and Larson were even, and he just pulled away at the end. Fatorik the winner, and Gary, we've learned that Gretzky was disqualified. He did not come to a complete stop at the far end of the rink. Well, we're going to see it here. Gretzky, there it is. He makes his swing and turns instead of coming to a complete stop, and that takes care of Gretzky. By that time, Fedoruk was well on his way back down to the opposite end of the ice, and here's the dash to the line. Fedoruk and Larson. How close can it be? Fedoruk gets there first, picks up 10 points. Larson gets 7, Bossy 5, Gretzky disqualified. So the standings after 3 events. Fedoruk with 25 points, Larson 20, Bossy 16, and Gretzky with 10. Next week, we'll crown our champion after the breakaway event. On Showdown, brought to you by Panasonic, just slightly ahead of our time.
Back at Buffalo's Memorial Auditorium following 2 periods. The Sabres are trailing the New York Islanders 1-0. Butch Goring, the goal scorer. And when the third period begins, the Sabres will be at a 2-man disadvantage. Mike Ramsey and Danny Gare in the penalty box. And when our intermission continues, Don Cherry will be in his coach's corner, and we'll return with the Stanley Cup playoffs in just a moment. Islanders 1 and Buffalo nothing after 2 periods of play. Our coach, Don Cherry, says he has something special for us tonight. The tapes he has selected feature one player who, for the most part, has missed the playoffs this year. Let's go to the coach's corner and Don Cherry.
Tonight on Coach's Corner, we're going to talk about something called super talent, pure talent. You can't define it. You can't say what it is. It's some guys have it, some guys don't have it. I didn't have it when I played, but I got it as a coach. It's tough to figure. But anyhow, let's watch Lafleur and a few front of them. Watch this here. Kicks it up. Ben Wilson around. How she goes. Beautiful. Let's see it again. Unbelievable. If I had him, I'd be, we would have made first place in our division. Kiss with you guys. Ben Wilson plays it pretty good. You can't play it much better. He's just like a ghost. Goes around him, puts it in. I don't know. It's hard to figure. You just can't figure it out. All right, here he is again. Says in, over to him. Robinson knows he's there. He's on his knees. Look at that. Unbelievable. Goalie, what are you going to do? Not much you can do. Now here, Perreault. He almost puts the puck right around him. Palmatier looks a little angry there, but he couldn't do much else. He's done on a lot of them, I'll tell you that. Just like eyes. Just like eyes, I'll tell you. Just like eyes. Watch this one. Right through the middle. What are you going to do? The only thing I'll tell you, he's really something. These guys, you know, they talk about talent. These guys got it coming out the rear. I love those so much. Let's see it again. Let's see a few more of them again. Nice and slow motion. Now watch the second effort on this guy. Comes in, puts it in, back to Robinson. Now watch the second effort. He goes on his knees. It's on his knees when he puts it in. Well, almost on his knees anyhow. I'll tell you, he's worth all the dough they're paying him, I'll tell you that. Congratulate him again. Let's see one more. This has got to be the piece de resistance, right through the middle. Right through the middle. They're trying to even trip him. Nothing you can do. Again, like I say, look at that. Inside the post. Just inside the post. What do you do about guys like that? You know, they talk about people having natural talent. These guys have supernatural talent. And that's pure talent from Coach's Corner. And that's it for tonight.
Pure talent. Great displays by Lafleur and Perreault, and where the Flower is concerned, Montreal fans only wish they could have seen such moves live in the quarterfinals against Minnesota. 1 period or more remaining here in Buffalo in game number 2 of the semifinals. The Islanders leading 1-0 in games and 1-0 on the scoreboard in this second game. And now for the third period, Bob Cole and Gary Dornhofer.
Right, and we're waiting for the teams to come back out. You see the only scoring of this game so far. Butch Goring, his third of the playoffs at 15:02 from Gord Lane and Dennis Potvin. The shots on goal in the second period. Look at that statistic, will you? Buffalo out-shooting the New York Islanders 15-10. And if you were late in joining us, Billy Smith has been hot again tonight. The shots over the 2 periods, Buffalo 20, 16 for the New York Islanders. And Saturday, May 3rd, will be Game 3 at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Buffalo at Long Island. We hope you'll join Hockey Night in Canada for coverage of that game. Down at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, where we will be going periodically to show you the scoring highlights, the Flyers are now leading the Minnesota North Stars 5-0. Holmgren, Barber, Clark, Daly, and Propp. Clark and Daly's goals were power plays.
Well, you see Danny Gare in front of the net, which the Sabres have failed to do this series. There's Lane and Gare going at it. You'll watch Gare get position again. It will result in a goal after the slash. Wally Harris had already signaled for a penalty, so the goal was nullified. A bad break for the Sabres because they finally did something that they had to do, is get a man in front.
Okay, Gary, starting this third period, the Buffalo Sabres will be a minute and 18 seconds suffering a power play, as Mike Ramsey has that time left in his penalty. Gare, on sportsmanlike conduct penalty, has that time remaining. So, Gary, it looks like a tough situation coming up as we see the Islanders coming out on the ice now for the Buffalo Sabres as we get ready to start the third period. Short-handed 2 men. That's going to be tough.
Bob, the game will be decided in this power play situation. If the Islanders fail to score, I think that will give the Sabres such a lift, every single guy out there, that they will let that momentum carry them on and get back in this hockey game. If by chance, though, the Islanders were to score, I think they would be on their way to a victory. And believe me, both teams know this when they were in the dressing room talking about it, the importance of this next 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Okay, will the Islanders come out and go all out for that goal, or will they play it cautiously with a 2-man advantage? We saw it on Tuesday night where the Sabres had a 5-minute power play. They seem to settle back and take it cool, almost too cool.
No, they're going to go out and try to get on the board in this power play. And again, we must emphasize the fact that their key guy back there is Potvin. You know, he's already had 7 shots on net in the first 2 periods, and the Sabres are trying to contain him. You know, you're not going to stop him completely, and he still managed 7 shots. So this is a big shorthanded situation, of course, with Ramsey out of the game, and perhaps, we don't know yet, but if he's out for the series, that will certainly hurt them because he is one of the best penalty killers in the league. And you know, prior to today's game in the afternoon skate, the Sabres, they have a short film which they watch on the Islanders' power play and also penalty killing of both teams. And they analyze this, and perhaps that's one of the reasons that both teams have been so effective killing off the penalties. They know what to expect.
Funny you talk about Craig Ramsey. He has gone to the hospital for x-rays on that wrist. We haven't had any report yet. But I was talking to Scotty Bowman a while ago, a week or 2 ago, and he raves about Craig Ramsey and his ability to check in a hockey game. He compared him to Bob Gainey.
Well, he's not one of the fastest players. Of course, he's no Bob Gainey on skates, but he has great anticipation. He has a real feel for the game, you know, and that's hard to come by. He knows exactly what's going on, when to take the man, and when to take the point man, and that's what makes him so effective.
So a 2-man advantage for the New York Islanders as we get set to start the third period. Bossy is out there. Clark Gillies, Trottier, Dennis Potvin. Now Bourne comes out. Pearson is on. I believe Pearson will be going off. Yes, he does. Billy Smith right there. The New York Islanders goaltender. He's been great again tonight. It's been hot all the way through the playoffs. Here's Harris dropping it in at center ice. So the third period is underway, and Potvin, as you mentioned, Gary, the leader of this team, moving it up into Bossy. Bossy near the line. He's being checked right away. Goes to Bourne, into the corner, back to Bourne. Bourne looks for Bossy, finds him. Bossy fakes the shot to Potvin. Sharp angle, can't shoot it. Comes back to the line to Bourne. Bourne back to Potvin. Potvin doesn't shoot it again. Into Bourne. Back to Potvin. When will they shoot it? It's tipped away. Bossy gets ready. Bossy on a bad angle. So Potvin now lets it go. It's deflected, but Sauvé saw it and cleared it away. Trottier to Potvin. Shot, scramble, after it. And down goes Sauvé to hang on to it. That was a close call. The Islanders nearly went up by 2, and now only 35 seconds left in the 2 penalties.
Oh, what a good play by Sauvé. And, you know, Potvin released that shot as soon as it hit his stick, trying to get Potvin or Sauvé looking at the man that made the pass. He makes the sliding save and then covers up. The Sabres, of course, are playing that triangle. They have 2 men up and only the 1 man defending. And they held off the Islanders pretty good. Only on that one occasion were they able to get a shot away. And a big 35 seconds yet to go.
Schoenfeld with Luce and Bill Height for Buffalo. Trottier, Gillies, Bossy, Pearson, and Dennis Potvin. Gillies gets it back to Pearson. Pearson gets set. Potvin shoots it right on Bossy with a rebound. Oh, Clark Gillies had the empty net and couldn't knock it down. It comes in front. Schoenfeld back in the net, shooting it on the boards. Stopped by Potvin near the line, closing in. Potvin slides it into the side. Bossy centered it. I can't believe it. Bossy missed it again, the open side. Bossy trying to center it. 10 seconds left in the penalties, and Sauvé hangs on. How about that?
He'll never get 2 better scoring opportunities that the Islander had. Both on the left side of Sauvé. Gillies the first time, and again it results from Potvin, the shot. Now watch to the left of your screen. Bossy will send it across over to Gillies. Whole open net, and it bounces off his stick. I don't believe it.
And it happened again immediately after
Mike
that.
Bossy had the same opportunity, couldn't put it home.
It's still 1-0 New York. 8 seconds left in the penalties. Sauvé looks for it, knocked it away. Height to the line. Potvin stopped it. Pearson has a good shot. Here's Potvin closing in. Penalties over now. Pearson, the pass went behind him. Well, the Sabres are getting a big hand from the fans here in the auditorium. They've killed the 2 penalties. 1-0 New York Islanders, and unable to score with that 2-man advantage. A minute and a half gone in the 3rd period. Morrow in his own zone. Up on the boards to center. At center is Goring. Goring cleared it into the corner. Sauvé out of the net, put it up on the glass. Goring was there first, couldn't stop it. It's kept in. Goring gets in front, but Derek Smith sweeps it away. His pass to McKegney. Here he comes. McKegney over the line. Rolled it in front. It was blocked in front of the net by Gordy Lane. They hold it on the boards. Now it comes loose to McKegney, upended. Penalty coming up to the New York Islanders. Buffalo still have possession. The net is empty down at the other end. They're trying to get the extra man on, but not in time. Bourne stops it, and now we get a New York penalty from the Auditorium in Buffalo. This is Stanley Cup 80.
All of these oils are good oils. Oils that have no permanent viscosity. It doesn't break down.
Islanders 1 and the Sabres nothing.
Well, you see it in the corner where the Sabres were putting some pressure on Morrow, the trip. And you know, one of the reasons that the Sabres have been having trouble is the good, persistent forechecking, especially on the power play. They're not giving the Sabres a chance to set up.
Hero in to take the face-off against Bourne. Gets the draw. Derek Smith comes back to the line. Derek Smith feeds the pass in on the right side. Hero gets it over in front, and the Islanders will clear it now. They come to center. Bourne gets up as far as the line, drops it right back again, but they were offside. We have a report. Dudley will not be back tonight for Buffalo. He has a neck injury, and Craig Ramsey has a bruised hand. He will not be back tonight either. 2 minutes and 33 seconds gone in the 3rd period, and 1 minute and 44 seconds left in the penalty to Morrow of New York. Buffalo with a man advantage. Perreault, Martin, and Danny Gare. Richie Dunn back on the defense, and Smith is the other man. Cleared all the way down the ice, stopped by Sauvé in back of the net. Sabres line up on the power play and start it out now. Moving to the line is Smith. hitting center. Fired one in on the glass. It's up high, and it ricochets over the glass into the crowd down to our left.
You know, another play that the Sabres might try is that little flip pass so it just ends up in the corner and stays there. And you know, when the wingers are going at full speed, they know exactly where it's going to lay there. Possibility of having a better chance of getting in there and hanging on, or at least forcing a face-off deep in the zone. That's been the Sabres' biggest problem, is getting it into the zone.
Islanders trying to move it out. They can't do it. Gare gets set. He's upended. Now Perreault. He goes in as far as the goal line, steps back out again, back to Richie Dunn, over on the other side to Smith. They want him to shoot the puck. Nobody has been able to shoot it, and the Islanders will clear it down the ice with a minute left of the penalty. Richie Dunn back in his own zone. I'll tell you, penalty killing has been just superb in this hockey game. Both teams. Here's Gare coming to center. Gare shoots one in across the line. It goes back of the net, stopped by Billy Smith. Cleared to the line again by Dunn and down the ice. Coming up to the 4-minute mark in the third period. Now 38 seconds left in the New York penalty. The Buffalo Sabres come right back out to center. Danny Gare leaves it right there at the line. That was Sealing, and offside on the right wing. So it's called, and now, Gary, just 28 seconds left in that Morrow penalty, so I don't know.
They're very frustrated, the Sabres. Now, when they do get possession, nobody wants to shoot the puck. They're standing still outside the perimeter. You know, somebody has to make something happen. If somebody is standing beside you, get away from your check. No sense standing if you're covered. Try to get away from them, get out in the open. But most of all, feed the points and let's get some shots on net.
They're playing up tight. As you say, nobody wants to shoot. They're passing it around inside the line. 22 seconds left in the penalty now. They go back deep in their own zone. Van Boxmeer starts it away. Out to the line it comes to Savard. He takes a long shot in on the boards. Bourne is there first, can't move it out. Van Boxmeer played it off the boards, back of the net. There's Savard centering it, and a hard shot was wide. Here's Schoenfeld. Billy Smith couldn't hang on to it. Bourne trying to clear it. He gets a break going down, and the penalty is over. Here's Bourne all alone. Oh, what a great save by Schoenfeld. He went back in the net behind the goaltender and saved a sure goal. McKegney's shot. That was blocked by Potvin. Great action here in this third period. 1-0 New York. Nearing the 5-minute mark. Got to see that one up there on the other end. The moment we get a chance, tonight's Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from the Auditorium in Buffalo.
The amazing Nikon EM. The automatic camera that warns you when your exposure is not right. The EM actually lets out a gentle beep beep, which tells you to make a simple adjustment for a great Nikon picture every time.
The fantastic Nikon EM, the camera that goes beep beep.
You mean beep beep?
That's what I said, beep beep.
Nikon EM, the camera that goes beep beep.
Gary, Jim Schoenfeld, if the Sabres happen to want to win this game, will go down as one of the big stars.
Well, it hit Schoenfeld's stick right in the handle, or it would have been a sure goal. But what an opportunity, and it was Bob Bourne again with his speed that was in cold.
Perreault got the draw back of the net, though Pearson is on it right away. Pearson, a pass up on the left wing. Tonelli was stopped. Then he carried on, muscled his way far enough to clear it into the zone. But the Sabres are back, and here they come. On the boards, Mike Ramsey didn't get too far. Again, Perreault winding up in his own zone. He'll get the crowd going. He moved it up to Martin on the left wing. Martin faked the shot, then shoots it in on the boards. Perreault went after it. It comes back to Ramsey. Ramsey shoots one. Oh, it was tipped at Billy Smith, and he was right there. Another long shot, and again Billy Smith covered up on the angle. It's cleared down the ice by New York. To relieve the pressure, they had to do it. Icing called against the Islanders. 1-0 New York. This is game 2 of the semifinal. I'm Bob Cole with Gary Dornhofer at the Auditorium in Buffalo. And it's 5-0 down at Philadelphia up the Spectrum. The Flyers on top of the North Stars. We'll get a chance to go down there and show you scoring highlights as they become available. A lot of goals in that game again tonight down there.
Now we see Jimmy Roberts with a headset on, getting that information from Roger Nielsen. What can Roger say? You know, it's been Billy Smith that's closed the gate on him. But one thing we noticed in that last sequence, the wingers cutting into the slot area, trying to deflect, and the defense getting them through. Billy Smith, though, made the big save.
Hero against Henning, or rather Merrick of New York. It comes right back from the face-off. Martin gets loose, went off stride, and Bourne is away again for New York. Up with Merrick. Bourne bumped by Ramsey. Merrick has it now, centered it, and the Buffalo Sabres shoot it down the ice. Nearing the 6-minute mark of the third period, 1-0 New York. That's Morrow back of the net. Gilbert Perreault chasing him, stole it to Martin. Martin around the net, took a shot, and that's stopped by Smith. It goes to Gordy Lane, out to Nystrom. Down on the wing, the pass too far for Tonelli. Again, Schoenfeld up across the line. Schoenfeld will have to try it one more time. Gives it to Van Boxmeer, up the center to Don Luce. Here he is. Don Luce with Van Boxmeer going in. Don Luce up back of the net. Tried to step it out front and could not. Gordy Lane had him covered. Tonelli couldn't get away from Sealing. Lane backs up in his own zone. Lane into the corner around the net. Lane trying to move it. Martin picks it up. Martin turning around. Martin is stopped, knocked down. It comes back along the boards to Nystrom, and he's out of the zone. Nystrom coming up with Trottier. Played one in on the corner. Goes back to the net, and there's Van Boxmeer. Up on the wing. Sealing. He was stopped by Howitt. They clear it to center. Ruff has it. He's coming in for a shot. It's tipped away by Lorimer, and it's 50 rows back of the net. This is Stanley Cup 80 from the Auditorium in Buffalo.
Across the sea from Germany comes Ford Fiesta, a little wonder car. Fiesta with front-wheel drive and steel-belted radials for superb, sure-footed traction. Rack and pinion steering for precise handling. Quick acceleration and a combined city highway fuel economy rating of 36.2 mpg. Fiesta, front-wheel drive, fuel efficient. Sold and serviced by Ford and Mercury dealers across Canada.
13 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the third period. The New York Islanders and the Butch Goring goal, leading 1-0. Teams at this moment are at full strength. Luce gets the draw to Dunn. Bill Height slapped at it. It's a high one in on the glass. Pearson couldn't knock it down. It's tipped right through the crease. Racing for it is Langevin. Can't move it out. Don Luce trying to center it. Ruff was in front of the net all alone, Gary. Did you see him there? And that pass was stopped by Billy Smith. And there you see the players getting a little frustrated now.
Well, Lindy Ruff has taken over for Craig Ramsey on that left side, and he adds a little muscle to the Sabre attack. But they are doing a good job, the Islanders, taking the man out and really throwing some good checks. That has to slow down a fast skating club like the Sabres. But in this third period here, they put some pressure on, but again, they just haven't been able to get that puck over that red line.
They've done everything but Smith always seems to be there with a great angle. Got him covered. Bossy backs up, throws it on the boards for Bourne. Bourne out to Trottier. He gets it back to Bourne. He's away down the left wing. Ruff after him. Here's Bourne carrying right in. And he put the shot right at Sauvé, who cut the angle and made the save. Back for the Sabres. Three of them come to center. This is Sealing going in. Faked the shot, carries on, centered it. It's tipped away from the goal mouth area and down to Trottier. He poked at it, couldn't reach it. Ruff turning up the line. The pass to Sealing. He couldn't control it. Bill Height back for Buffalo. Hitting the line. Height comes up. The teams are changing now with the play carrying on. Height has to go back. He gave it to Dunn. Dunn flipped the pass high down the ice. And Langevin in front of his own net. For Lorimer, he didn't see it at first. Turned around and moved it up to Schoenfeld. Of Buffalo. Back for Height. Into McKechnie going in. Right, a nice pass and a great save by Billy Smith on Derek Smith of the Buffalo Sabres. With the score, the New York Islanders 1 and the Buffalo Sabres 0. This is Stanley Cup 80.
coming up. They're fighting today, trolling or cruising, catching your way. Mercury, that's how the world goes fishing.
Mercury small fishing engine. 9 easy-running outboards plus 3 electric thrusters. Featuring the new generation Mercs, 3.6, 18, and 25. That's fish power. 3.6 to 40 horsepower.
Mercury, that's how the world goes fishing.
11:56 remaining in the third period. The New York Islanders still hanging on to that 1-goal lead. Goring got the goal. That's all the scoring in this hockey game to now. Face off deep in the New York zone to the right of Billy Smith. Derek Smith of Buffalo with McKegney and Danny Gare on the wing. Schoenfeld and Van Boxmeer on the defense. That's Goring in to take the draw against Smith.
Well, there, Bob, was a good example. Smith moved McKegney against the boards. Goring saw this right away. He moved Lorimer over there to watch McKegney. Great work by both centermen positioning their players, especially Goring, to set up a block.
I think we'll drop it in now. Gauthier drops it in. Here's McKegney getting loose. Couldn't handle it. In front of the net. Bourne stopped at his own blue line. Backtracked a bit. Then Potvin sliced one up to center ice on the boards. McKegney brings it in again with Gare. Gare breaks for the net, ran into Lorimer. He's all over him. And Sutter goes back of the goal. Derek Smith took him out of the play, but he managed to poke it away on the right side. Not out. Gare in the corner. Slides one in back of the net. That's Smith chasing it. Gets it back to Van Boxmeer. He couldn't handle it. It bounced down to Gillies. Couldn't move it out. And now Billy Smith out of the net, hooking it the other way. The Sabres again bringing the game in. Here's Gare taking a shot. And Gillies of New York ran into Van Boxmeer, who comes up with it. He hit the back of the net as he tried to put it in front, and he's been injured. Van Boxmeer is down, and let me tell you, I think he's hurt badly. He appears to be. There he is, John Van Boxmeer. He was a defensive standout and an offensive standout in the first game on Tuesday night. Now tempers are getting a little short out in front of the net. Players are pushing each other. There you see it as we come back to that wide shot.
Oh, Schoenfeld, he's trying to get at Potvin.
That's Schoenfeld, yes. And Gillies squaring off with him. 450 pounds of muscle right there. Van Boxmeer is getting back up. Yes, he looks to be okay. We're happy to say, but he looked hurt badly when he went into the boards heavily.
Well, we've seen some solid checking and some good hitting in this series. The Islanders, that's their style. Van Boxmeer was already going down the ice. Potvin was trying to hit him. He fell over top of him, and his knee probably got him behind the neck area. But Van Boxmeer is up. He seems to be all right. There was the play.
I think he went into the boards and hit his head.
Scotty Bowman looking on. A serious Scotty Bowman. He's all business.
That's his third period. 11:03 remaining. 1-0, the New York Islanders. 5-0 at the Spectrum in Philadelphia now. And they're in the third period also. Flyers leading the Minnesota North Stars. Stars winning the first game 6-5 on Tuesday. We get an opportunity. We'll go down less than 4 minutes in that game in Philadelphia. Hill has scored for the Flyers, and it's 6-0 now in the third period. Bill Mayer going after that shutout. He got the start for the Flyers tonight. Well, Schoenfeld is coming back on. So is Van Boxmeer, so he's okay. We're happy to report. Perreault at center with Martin and Sealing on the wing. Schoenfeld coming in. A weak shot scooped up by Billy Smith. Back of the net, Gordy Lane. Didn't see it. A long shot right at the goal mouth. And Perreault nearly jammed it in the far corner. The Islanders shoot it down the ice. Sabres coming close now. 1-0 New York. Van Boxmeer. A long pass right on the lean stick That'll be an intentional offside, yes. Scampanello called that right away, and it'll come all the way back. There he is for a face-off in the New York zone on the intentional offside.
Well, one thing Al Arbor was concerned about was eliminating the man from the play. Don't let him back in, and they have done a pretty good job against the Sabres tonight. I think the Sabres are certainly playing with as much intensity as we have seen them, but they have just been unable to get that puck past Smith, and you got to give him a lot of credit because he has stood tall.
There's Perreault with the draw. It comes back to the line. Van Boxmeer shot, and Billy Smith saw it deflected up high into the crowd. 10:30 left in the third period as you look at Van Boxmeer. Injured just moments ago, but he, as you can see, is okay.
You know, last night, or not last night, in Tuesday night's game, Bob, the Sabres had 16 good scoring opportunities. That was by Roger Nielsen's calculation. The Islanders 11, but they capitalized on 4 of them.
Face-off is in the center ice area, just outside the New York line. Sabres enjoying territorial advantage so far in this third period, but unable to put it in. Lorimer up to Sutter. Sutter shoots it in. Tonelli going after it. Van Boxmeer back to the net, lost it. It comes loose on this side. Now they hold it and get a whistle for a face-off in the Buffalo zone.
Well, Billy Smith has shut out the Sabres for over 105 minutes. They opened the scoring, but haven't come close to, well, they have come close in. But that's the importance of goaltending. You know, time and time again, he's come up with that good save.
He's made some big ones tonight, I'll tell you.
I wonder how Chico Resch feels not being able to play, because he is certainly very capable, and he just has to sit there and watch.
Face off to the left of Bob Sauvé. Don Edwards played in game 1 of this series for the Sabres. Sauvé tonight. Islanders lead 1-0, 10:13 remaining in the third period. They're a little nervous. Merrick lining up, he's ordered out. And Tonelli comes in. And they're still nervous. Martin hustled inside the circle before the puck was dropped. Now the referee, Wally Harris, comes over, has to talk to everybody. Let's get it going, fellas. They drop it in finally, comes back to the line. Lorimer played it in on the corner boards, back of the net. Mike Ramsey has it against Tonelli. He got it by him, but they keep it in the zone. Tonelli out to Merrick. Merrick moving up for it, but it's cleared by Ramsey up to Luce, coming down with Martin. Here he is, cutting in his gear in front of the net. The pass didn't get by. Again, it goes back of the net as Luce just backhanded it in there. And the Sabres have to come back to center ice to get onside as Playfair hooked it in. Lorimer in the corner. It's icing called against Buffalo. Stanley Cup 80 will continue in a moment.
Welcome to our people-pleasing places. Mr. Carlin, your briefcase. We are people-pleasing places.
Holiday Inn hotels are #1 in the world with the best standards.
Everything all right, sir?
Everything's just fine. People-pleasing standards to help make your trip successful.
Wherever you go in this whole big traveling world.
We want to make you comfortable.
Holiday Inn is #1 in people-pleasing.
9:38 remaining in the third period. Pretty soon now we'll be saying regulation time. As it winds down toward the end of the period, here's Howard with a shot, unless there's further scoring, of course. Coming out now, Richard Martin to center. He was stopped. He and Nystrom bumped together then. Play goes on with Howard coming in. Howard breaks for the net. Into the corner he goes. Bumped by Van Boxmeer. Perreault in around the board to the right side, and Sealing comes down to center with Martin. Martin couldn't get the pass, and the Islanders clear it to the line and out. Nystrom picked it up. He's offside, and it'll be brought back inside the New York line with 9:12 remaining.
Well, the Flyers are certainly having a great time tonight. Leach has just scored a goal. That's 7-0 Philly. They just want to let the North Stars know that they're back, and they took offense to that opening victory.
Less than a minute remaining in that game. 7-0. Philadelphia, now it's over, apparently. Shutout for Phil Muir and the Flyers over the Minnesota North Stars. That series tied 1-1. They now shift to Bloomington, Minnesota for Game 3 on the weekend. Into the corner, Islanders trying to hang on to that 1-goal lead. They hold it again along the boards. Another face-off coming up in the New York zone. Gary, we've played 11 minutes and a second of this third period, and I'll bet you 8 of those 11 minutes it's been inside the New York line.
Been a lot of activity there. Now it's time now for the Sabres to give it that little extra push. Every single guy, you know, they know the importance of this, and also you'll see the defensemen pinching in a little more, taking a few more chances, trying to get that equalizer. But of course, we all know anytime you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable for those breaks against you.
When you open up, it can happen so quickly. Face off to the left of Smith. Bourne put it up on the boards. That's Bourne going after it. Gordy Lane helping him. Derek Smith kept it in for Buffalo. McKegney spun around in the corner. He'll get another whistle, I think. Yes, with 8:47 left in the third period.
We'll talk about strong forechecking, Bob. What the Sabres will probably do, if there's one defender there, they'll have 2 men on him. If they have 2 in there, sometimes send 3 men in. But you want to outnumber the guys that you're against. That's the only way you're going to come up with that puck. And do they need it badly? That's the Sabres we're talking about. They've got to get on the board here, and time is the biggest factor.
Derek Smith at center ice with Gare on the left side. McKegney on the right took the shot right on the net. McKegney again hopped in for it, and then he was covered. Couldn't get a shot away. They can't move it out. Schoenfeld kept it in. Nystrom playing without a stick now. He's broken his stick, and they get another whistle in the New York zone, and my, are they covering up at every opportunity.
Well, you noticed on that play, Smith made the original save, and right away, the Sabres, their defense or their forwards, they come in and take the rebound away. That's something that the Islanders certainly didn't do in game number 1, especially in the first period. Look at how they cover up and get that puck into the corner. Good work.
That's still on that replay. You see the broken stick there in the background. That belongs to Nystrom. There's Billy Smith, the goaltender for the New York Islanders. He's been great tonight. Hasn't really been tested a lot in this third period, although a lot of the play has been inside that New York line. Still 1-0 New York. 8:33 left. Martin's shot. Didn't get it away properly. It hit Bossy. Back of the net is Ken Morrill. Here he is, coming out in front of the goal. A long pass to center. Nobody there. So the Sabres hammer it back in again. Gordy Lane back of the net, gave it to Martin. Martin in front of the net, and Billy, they score! Well, they finally coughed one up.
Savard inserted in the lineup tonight, got the rebound, finally. And Smith even got a piece of that, but he snuck it by him. And the fans are going crazy here.
Well, I'll tell you, Billy Smith has been unbeatable, and I thought again he came up big, but he lost it.
Well, it was a giveaway. A bad clearing pass, and Perot made this possible by strong forechecking. Martin makes an excellent pass here. Savard follows up his own rebound, somehow gets a hold of it and tucks it home.
Time of the goal is 11:47, and it's tied at 1. Look at it again.
There's the miscue. Martin right there, the perfect pass. But boy, oh boy, Smith had good position on that, and it took a lot of determination by Savard to put that by Billy Smith, but he stayed with it. And there you see the sign. Sabre Fever is here.
Well, I'll tell you, it was just a matter of time. The Buffalo Sabres control the play almost all of the nearly 12 minutes we played here in the third period. Here's the official.
Assist number 11, Gilles Perreault, and number 7, Richard Martin.
Here's scoring on a break. Missed the net.
Savard from Perreault and Martin.
Scoring again, centering it. Here's Potvin wheeling and firing. It's tipped in front of the net. Bossy was pushed out of there. Back for Buffalo. And Potvin broke it up. Steams right back for New York. In over the line he goes. Offside is called. Live from the Auditorium in Buffalo, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's
for people like you, people who do what you want at Canadian Tire. Anything you want to.
For a great selection of gardening supplies at down-to-earth prices, come to Canadian Tire. You'll find the things you need in the spring to help you grow the garden you want in the summer.
It's for people like you, people who do Canadian Tire.
Long shot in from the draw at center ice. It was stopped by Smith. Score tied now at 1. We'll give the official. It was Savard, his first of the series. Rick Martin and Gilles Perreault at 11:47. In goes Martin again. He's knocked down in front of the net and can't shoot it. Gillies put it up on the boards. Here's Perreault getting it back to Bill Height. Height gets set. The backhand goes into the corner. Savard went after it. He's pinned on the boards. And there's Martin playing without the helmet. Gets it back to the line. Height the shot. It's hit a stick and over the glass into the crowd. 11:47 here in this third period. And it's a new ball game. It's 1-1 with 7:07. There it is. Left in the third.
Well, talk about Bill Smith. He went 106 minutes, 24 seconds since game 1. After Dudley had scored. Let's credit Gilles Perreault with forcing that turnover. Now it's a 2-on-1 with Martin and Savard. Morrow comes in to try and deflect the puck or get rid of it from Martin to no avail. Savard was right in all alone on Smith, tucked his own rebound into the net.
He's tough to beat, though, Billy Smith of the New York Islanders. But finally, the Sabres have busted through here in the third period to get a goal. They scored first in the Tuesday game, number 1 of the series. Been shut out ever since. Long rising shot by Van Boxmeer, a hard one. Up high, Sutter in front of his own net. Van Boxmeer kept it in. He's playing another big game tonight for Buffalo. Cleared back out, stopped at the line by Van Boxmeer. His shot knocked down. Gare went after it, didn't see it. Van Boxmeer again, right in front. Oh, what a save by Billy Smith on Derek Smith of Buffalo. They get it loose again. Back of the net. Gare gets it back to the line. Schoenfeld kept it in. Now Potvin. He tried to lift one out. It's tipped down the ice. And Schoenfeld is going back. No icing. Gets it up to Van Boxmeer. His long pass to Martin. Martin's away at center, speeding in. Right in. Can't shoot it. He went off stride and went flying into the boards. Great action now again here in this third period. 1-1 tie. Up to center. There's Pearson going in with Sutter. Centering it. And it went by Tonelli. There's Tonelli again. Back of the net. And he just missed that far side. Sutter did as he tried to jam it in. Again a break. This is Gare going in for Buffalo. His shot is blocked in front of the net by Langevin. Gare has it again. Gets in front. The shot. Billy Smith scooped it up. And he hangs on to it. But boy, are they going in to win now with 5:47 remaining in the third period. It's a 1-1 tie.
Well, good pressure by the Sabres. They continue to get good position. Look at this chance right here. Oh, boy, just wide of the net by Smith. He was all alone, waited perhaps a little bit too long. But you know it's good, Bob, for the Sabres to apply that pressure. But one thing they have to be very concerned about, having that third man ready to come back. They don't want to get caught on a 3-on-2. Apply the pressure, 2 men in, but that third man has to be back deep in the slot area.
5:47 left. It's dropped in, and Morrow has it for New York. Morrow back of the net. Waiting. Don Luce in front of the net. Will he move it? Yes, in the corner. Gordy Lane put it up on the boards. It jumped over Height's stick and down into the Buffalo zone. Richie Dunn for Height to center to Luce. He was stopped. Gordy Lane lost it to Martin. Got it back again, though. Across center, it's fired into the New York zone by Dunn. Morrow back of the net. Sealing went after him. But the Islanders will clear it now. Nystrom is away. Going down on Dunn. Nystrom cutting for the net. Back of the net. Centered it through the crease. Nobody could reach it. Sealing is turning. Out with Height. Across the line he goes. Back for Sealing. He centered it. And Goring is there for New York with Nystrom coming out. Nystrom lost it up the line. And Buffalo taking over it again with 4:55 left in the third period. The score tied. It's 1-1. Down on the right side is Danny Gare speeding in. His shot, a good one, went wide, and it's kept in by Schoenfeld. Lane back of the net, overskates it. Here's Perreault coming in. Gillies, though, was there first. Gillies gets it to the line. Van Boxmeer lost his stick, gloved it ahead, and a legal pass it's called. This Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from the Auditorium in Buffalo.
Here's Gordie Howe for Amway of Canada.
I'm one of 500,000 Amway distributors worldwide. I'm meeting men and women from all walks of life who've also started their own part-time Amway businesses. With Amway, they meet new people and earn extra income. Come join our world. With Amway, you can do it too.
Contact an Amway distributor near you.
Get the whole story.
Bob Cole and Gary Dornhofer at the Auditorium in Buffalo. Game 2 of the semifinals. Islanders lead the series 1-0. And right here, this game is tied 1-1 with 4:25 left in the third period. Bossy took a swing at it. It went by Goring. Van Boxmeer up to Savard, a good play. Savard having difficulty at center. Now a nice pass goes in. Gare breaks for the net. He's covered by Lorimer. They both go to the ice. Butch Goring can't clear it out. Perreault went in after it, trying to knock it loose with a stick. Lorimer covered him, though. He rolled it in front, and Potvin was there for New York. Out to Goring, up with Bossy. Goring couldn't get it through to him, and the Sabres Savard coming back. He was stopped. Savard got the goal for Buffalo here in the third. Butch Goring had scored earlier for New York. Down is Danny Gare and Sealing. In across the line, Sealing slap shot. A low one was blocked by Smith. Martin kept it in for loose, but Pearson takes over for New York. Here he comes away from Sealing. Up to center. Pearson shoots a high one. It goes in back of the net. Sutter went in looking for it. Sutter on the boards. Tonelli in to help him. Tonelli comes up with it, breaks for the net. He gets in front with Sutter, and his pass went to Luce. Out for Buffalo. Luce down the right wing boards. Sees some room now, breaks in and centers it. It goes in wide of the net. 3 minutes and 5 seconds left in regulation time. Here's Gare pushing one in back of the net. Langevin went after it, up for Merrick. Merrick coming out to Sutter at center. It got away from Sutter, and the Sabres send it back to the New York line. Tonelli away from Martin. Flipped it in, and Bill Height takes over. Height for Dunn. His passed up by Nystrom. Going in, Trottier. He's spun around by Dunn. Up back of the net. Bill Height for the Buffalo Sabres with 2.5 minutes left in regulation time. A long shot. Bounced up back of the net. Nystrom went in looking for it, but Height had him covered and gave it to Gare. Danny Gare out to Martin. Martin going in, shoots one. It stopped. Gare went in after it. But back is Potvin. His pass to Bourne, to Trottier, over to Nystrom on this side. Nystrom shoots a long one in. The Islanders try to move up on it now with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in regulation time. McKegney coming out with Gare. McKegney's shot is blocked up the defense. Now McKegney went after it. Lorimer bumped with him. McKegney bumped by Bossy. And he's slow getting up. Back come the New York Islanders. This is Potvin on the move. Passed it in on the wing. Offside call at the Buffalo blue line. And Gary, 1 minute and 51 seconds remaining in regulation time. The score is tied 1-1. We're going to get overtime or what?
Sure looks like it. And, you know, Scotty Bowman continues to use many line combinations. Watch the beating that Smith takes here. That's the second hit. He'll go back in the corner with a second effort, and he'll get wrapped again. One more time. But by golly, he gets up, and that's the type of hockey that you see in playoffs. Everybody giving it their all. And, you know, we also have a better sheet of ice here tonight. The puck is sliding a lot better. The players were complaining in Game 1 that it was chippy and slow. Tonight, better ice, better game.
Goring got the draw. Into the zone it goes. Van Boxmeer, a pass on the boards down the ice. Back for it, Gordie Lane. Perreault chasing him into the corner. Lane shook him off. Out to Goring. Lost it to Perreault. Perreault couldn't shoot it, though. He was surprised to see it. Here's Gordie Lane on the boards. I went by Van Boxmeer down the ice. And it'll be icing if Schoenfeld gets back. He does. Icing called against the New York Islanders. Good hustling by Jim Schoenfeld, a candidate for the James Norris Trophy, I'd say, Gary, this year.
He certainly has. He's done everything expected of him. You can sure tell that the goaltenders, he's a friend of the goaltenders, the number of shots that he blocks. Right now, the giveaways are always a very important part of the game. The Islanders have committed 28 giveaways in their own zone. The Sabres 16. Of course, in Game 1, the Islanders coughed up the puck 38 times.
A minute and 25 seconds left in regulation time here at the Auditorium in Buffalo. I'm Bob Cole with Gary Dornhofer. We've got a tied hockey game at 1, and the Philadelphia Flyers defeated the North Stars tonight at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, 7-0. That's a final shutout turned in by Phil Neer of Philadelphia. There's Derek Smith. He's with Martin and Sealing. Face off to the left of Billy Smith. The Islanders get the draw this time. Back of the net is Potvin. Up on the left side, a long pass to Goring. He couldn't play it. He would have been offside. Schoenfeld back. Martin tipped it across the line. Now it's Goring keeping it in. Pushed it in back of the net. Nystrom goes in to look for it. Doesn't find it. Gillies comes cruising in. Gillies back of the net. Nystrom is bumped in the crease area. Then Goring with a minute left in regulation time. Back of the net. Seems like overtime now. They're getting a little bit cautious, but now Derek Smith. He overskates it near the line. Back for New York. Goring lost it at center ice. Once again, Derek Smith shooting along one end, and Potvin with 40 seconds left controls it in his own zone. Potvin's pass to Nystrom. Too far. Again, the Islanders played on the boards to Nystrom. He's offside, and it'll be brought back inside the New York line, where they'll face it off in only 29 seconds remaining in regulation time. The score is tied at 1. It was Butch Goring for the New York Islanders. It was Andre Savard on his own rebound here in the third period who tied it for the Buffalo Sabres.
Well, both coaches are trying the strategy of tiring out Potvin and Schoenfeld. They are the key on defense for both teams. Every time they get it, they're trying to throw the puck in their corners, make them work extra hard, but they have stood out tonight.
Hero comes to center. McKegney and Danny Gare on the wings. Nystrom back in his own zone for Lorimer. Moving it up slowly against McKegney. He hit him with it. McKegney tipped it right back to him, though. Lorimer again finds some room. Shoots it in. It's tipped away by Sauvé. 14 seconds away from overtime now. Knocked down by Potvin into Nystrom. Nystrom centered it. Trottier back of the net with 5 seconds left. It comes to Nystrom. 3 seconds left. We've got overtime, folks. It goes back of the net, and there it is. The goal by Andre Savard here in the third period has sent this game into overtime. The Sabres won, and the New York Islanders won. Butch Goring for New York and Andre Savard for the Buffalo Sabres. Score tied 1-1, and we set ourselves up for overtime here in Game 2 of the semifinals. 4-1 on Tuesday night. The Islanders over Buffalo to grab a one-game lead. And look what we've got tonight. It's anybody's game now as we go to sudden death overtime. Andre Savard getting his own rebound and finally beating Billy Smith, who seemed to be unbeatable in the New York goal tonight. He has kicked out save after save, and a lot of them from very, very close in. But finally, Andre Savard poked it by him, got his own rebound, picked it up, jammed it underneath the sprawling Billy Smith, and this building went wild. It's 1-1. Let's go down to Dave Hodge.
Bob, what is to come will be a first for the Sabres in this playoff here. They have not yet played an overtime game in defeating the Vancouver Canucks in the first round and then sweeping the Chicago Blackhawks in the quarterfinal round. But the New York Islanders know all about this. They've had 4 previous overtime games, one in the first round against the Los Angeles Kings, which they won, and 3 of the 5 games in the quarterfinals. Islanders in Boston went to overtime, and the Islanders won 2 of them. So their overtime record is 3-1. And let's look at more overtime statistics now. Stanley Cup sudden death overtime is a strong indicator of which team will eventually win the series. Statistics verify that in 71% of Stanley Cup overtime games, the team that scores the winner will also win the series. Phil Barilko's historic overtime goal in the 1951 final series against Montreal is an excellent example of that statistic. Barilko's goal won the Cup for Toronto, and the Leafs won all 4 games in that dramatic series in overtime. However, there are numerous noteworthy exceptions to this rule. For instance, in 1975, the Philadelphia Flyers and Buffalo Sabres took part in what is now known as the famous Fog Final, which saw only 1 overtime game. René Robert, playing for Buffalo on their French connection line, raced out of the fog to score this goal on a startled Bernie Perron. But the Sabres were the exception to our statistic and succumbed to the Philadelphia Flyers in 6 games. And here's a rather interesting Stanley Cup overtime statistic. The home team wins more often, but not by such a wide margin as you might expect. Detroit Olympia, April 1950, the visiting New York Rangers fell victim to the Red Wings' home ice advantage. The historic goal was scored by Detroit's Pete Babando. The first time ever in Stanley Cup play that the 7th and deciding game of the final was won in overtime. But teams away from home can take heart from examples such as Bobby Orr's spectacular overtime goal in St. Louis in 1970, which gave the visiting Bruins the Stanley Cup. Or Bob Bond's now famous broken leg goal in Detroit during the 1964 Stanley Cup Finals, which allowed the Maple Leafs to return to Toronto and win the 7th and deciding game at home. Now here's an even better indicator. The team that finishes higher during the regular season historically has won 3 out of 5 overtime contests. For instance, in 1966, Montreal finished first, 16 points ahead of 4th place Detroit. They met in the final series, and Henri Richard scored a most controversial Stanley Cup overtime goal. The hotly disputed series winner gave the Habs, under coach Toe Blake, their 12th Stanley Cup, a feat which no other team has equaled. Just 3 seasons ago, the Montreal Canadiens set the regular schedule record for most points, 132. Jacques Lemaire capped that banner year with an overtime goal in Boston, giving Montreal the final series in 4 straight games. And this is the last time the Stanley Cup was actually won in overtime. Now, when you combine these 2 factors, home ice plus a higher finish, an even greater advantage is seen. For example, the 1953 final between the 2nd-place Canadiens and the 3rd-place Bruins was decided in Montreal with this goal by Elmer Locke. This was the first time that a Stanley Cup final was televised, and so Locke's heroics and the resultant hysteria were witnessed by many more thousands than those in attendance at the Forum. 1 year later to the day, the first-place Detroit Red Wings would repeat this feat at the Olympia with little Tony Leswick the hero and turnabout his fair play as the Canadiens lose. However, in 1974, the Philadelphia Flyers, at a home ice disadvantage to the first-place Boston Bruins, would have to win at least 1 game in Boston if they were to win the Cup. This overtime goal in Game 2 by Bobby Clarke evened the series at 1 game apiece and provided the impetus that would make the Flyers the first expansion team to win the Stanley Cup. And so, going by past performances in overtime, the higher finisher wins on the average 3 times out of 5. And when that team also happens to be the home team, the odds in its favor are better still. But unpredictability is what makes Stanley Cup overtime so exciting, and why so many magic moments are etched in our memory. Well, if what we have just seen is true, the Buffalo Sabres should be favored to win this 2nd game of the semifinal series in overtime. We'll find out in a moment whether Gary Dornhofer thinks that is indeed what will happen. The score at the end of regulation time, the New York Islanders won and the Buffalo Sabres won. That we've seen thus far, the goal in the 2nd period by the Islanders, Butch Goring, something of a fluke, I guess you could say. A bounce of the puck meant that it was a goal.
Well, Schoenfeld certainly got part of it, but it actually happened from the corner as Lane, from his defensive position, will get in that corner and come up with the puck. We talk about the slot area, how important it is to have that area guarded. Schoenfeld gets a part of it, and that's just fantastic camera work as it just gradually slides along and comes across and over the crease. The area that Goring was in, it was too far for him to go out, for Schoenfeld to go out, and that's why he was left open.
Now, the Buffalo goal, you've credited Perreault with a good play to hurry Gord Lane. They don't give anything for hurries in the NHL. He did give him an assist. I'm not sure why. Really good play by Martin after the...
Well, Martin was right in there to intercept. Now it's a 2-on-1 against Morrow. What a good play he makes there to Savard. And Savard, after the initial save by Smith, follows in and really concentrates, works at it, and tucks the puck in the net for the tie.
That seemed to change the game. The Islanders had to go more to the offense, and in overtime, what kind of style do you think we're going to see? Similar to what happened after the goal scored?
I don't think the teams are going to change any, Dave. Number one, you can't wait for something to happen. By the time you wait, the puck's in your own end. So both teams, of course, are going to go out on the offense and try to get that goal. Of course, it's more critical for the Islanders since they are one game behind. For the Sabres. Or, I'm sorry, for the Sabres. They are already one game behind. The Islanders, they have that one in the bag already, so they may play a little more cautiously and wait for a break, defensive lapse by the Sabres to get that second one.
Pick a player on each side to score the winner.
All right, I'll have to go with Danny Gare from the Sabres. He didn't score 56 goals for nothing, so I think that he may be the guy. Nystrom for the Islanders.
Richard Martin and Dennis Potvin are my picks, and do you think there's anything to the fact that the home team has certain percentage edge and the higher finisher and all that stuff? Do you think Buffalo's going to win?
There's no advantage home ice in a sudden death overtime. It's the guy that makes things happen. That's what's going to happen. We'll get that goal.
Okay, it's 1-1, Islanders and the Buffalo Sabres, and we have a CBC News report coming up next, and Stanley Cup 80 will continue after that.
To a point, but won by half a point. Ontario Premier William Davis made his first appearance in the Quebec referendum campaign today. He told a Board of Trade meeting in Montreal that a yes vote in the May 20th referendum would lead to the breakup of Canada. Davis said Ontario is just as intent on constitutional reform as Quebec or the western provinces. But he said sovereignty association means political independence and the end of Canada. Prime Minister Trudeau introduced his new conflict of interest guidelines today. They stressed that his cabinet ministers must, among other things, put their holdings into blind trusts, refrain from all business activity, and make public all gifts over $200. The guidelines only apply to the ministers, not to their families, as Joe Clark directed when he was Prime Minister. Ontario's Minister of Education has announced a tentative settlement of the 3-month-old Sudbury teachers' strike. After an all-night bargaining session, Dr. Betty Stevenson said today she expects classes to resume on Monday. The settlement calls for a 17.5% wage increase over a 2-year contract. Via Rail was found guilty of discrimination today by a human rights tribunal, and it was ordered to offer a job to a man who'd been refused employment on the grounds that his eyesight wasn't good enough. The ruling applies to all federal employers, but it will probably apply to other employers as well, making it much easier for handicapped people to get jobs. We'll have details on these and other stories later tonight on the National. But now we'll rejoin the NHL playoff game in overtime.
We are moments away from overtime, and the way this game has gone, maybe it's wise to say the first overtime period. The Islanders scored in the second period. Butch Goring, his third of the playoffs, and the Sabres got the tying goal by Andre Savard, his first goal of this playoff year. He has not seen too much action. The shots on goal through 60 minutes of play, Buffalo with 32, and the Islanders with 23. So Billy Smith has again been the busier of the two goaltenders, and he held the Sabres scoreless for a long time, from early in the first period of game number 1 until midway through the third period of this second game. The other semifinal game in Philadelphia has long been over, and the Philadelphia Flyers have evened that series at 1 game apiece, beating the Minnesota North Stars 7-0 tonight. Phil Meir in goal for Philadelphia in this second game after Pete Peters played the first one, registered the shutout. The Flyers vowed revenge after losing the opener, and they got it in spades. But the North Stars are going home with the all-important win at the Spectrum, and that series is tied, and this game is tied, and who knows whether it is to be broken, that tie, soon or late. First overtime period, and that's good now to Bob Cole and Gary Dornhoff.
Gary, I don't care what you say. There's nothing like the Stanley Cup playoffs, and there's nothing like overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And we've got one coming up now for Buffalo. This is the Sabres' first overtime game this year. Buffalo, incidentally, at home in overtime, 6 wins and a loss. The New York Islanders' overtime record on the road, 6 wins and 2 losses. We learned nothing there. In the scoring of this game, it's 1-1. Goring in the second period at 15:02. Savard at 11:47 in the third, who sent it up to this point. You see the shots in the third period. Buffalo 12, the Islanders 7, and over the 3 periods, Buffalo out-shooting the New York Islanders 32-23. There have been 10 overtime games so far among 52 playoff games this year. The record of 12 was set during 51 games in 1975. Don't forget, on Saturday, May the 3rd, Buffalo Sabres and these same New York Islanders go at it in Game 3 at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, and that's on Long Island in New York.
Bob, I want to make a statement, and I want you to respond.
All right.
The team that scores the next goal will win 2-1.
You got it. You're getting better. Imagine just 1 year in a business, and you got that far, Gary. I'm proud of you. First overtime period. Okay, I'm going to take John Van Boxmeer for the Buffalo Sabres, and I'm going to take Brian Trottier of the New York Islanders. These are my guesses.
All right, here we go.
Yes, indeed. It's dropped in. Potvin gets it back. It comes to Nystrom. Tips it into the zone. That'll be icing. And Van Boxmeer touches it. Icing called against the Buffalo Sabres. Gary, there is a history of short overtime periods.
It usually ends in the first 2 minutes, or it goes on and on. But now the face-off in the defensive zones become so critical for the Islanders. Now they really have to bear down here and watch where they position their men and also how they handle that puck.
Savard, who has scored the goal for Buffalo in the third period, into that face-off circle. Perreault and Martin, Hart right behind him. It comes back to the line. Schoenfeld's shot. It's away wide. Comes back to Van Boxmeer. He drives it right in the crease. And Billy Smith was a little nervous looking for that one, let me tell you. That low shot by Van Boxmeer went through everybody. Smith saw it, and he grabbed it.
Well, Savard got good wood on it. Boxmeer got good wood on it. Savard was the man screening. Never got a piece of it, but Smith, down on his knees, was able to come up with a save.
Faced off deep in the zone again. 19 seconds into overtime here at Buffalo. And it's Savard again against Trottier. They're out of position. The linesman, Gerard Gauthier, on the other side, spots it, calls them back. They drop it in. Van Boxmeer again. Another shot. That's knocked down. Perreault back of the net. So far, it's been all Buffalo on the offensive. And they played 30 seconds of overtime. Nystrom breaking away. One man back. Here's Trottier in front. Nystrom! And a great save by Sauvé. And he comes up big as the crowd here at the Auditorium sit back. They're breathless on that one. Nystrom breaking in. Trottier, a left-handed shot. I don't know why he didn't go over that way with the pass.
Well, both teams have had opportunities. Here, Nystrom all alone. Schoenfeld playing the middle. He was actually backing up. Good thing that Sauvé was able to hold his ground and look at the open man. But that's a good play by Nystrom to shoot it. You know, anytime you make that extra play, Trottier was there, but let it go.
Well, no doubt. Sauvé was a bit leery looking at Trottier coming in the slot. So therefore, Nystrom felt he had some room on that short side. And then when he did let it go, he found out he did not have any room as Sauvé covered up. 37 seconds of overtime gone. Back it comes to Bourne, a drive. That was knocked down. Here's Potvin closing in. Shoots! Away wide with that low shot. On the other side, it's cleared back in front. Luce having difficulty. He nearly put it in his own net. Nobody called that to happen. It didn't. It goes back of the goal. Nystrom chasing it. On the boards, Martin can't come up with it. Yes, he does. He gets a break. Martin breaking away. One man back. Shot. Put right on the net. And Billy Smith stopped that. Potvin's pass too far for Nystrom. A minute and 5 seconds gone in overtime. Into the corner, Martin. It went off his stick. Gare keeping it in. Here's Luce after it. Nystrom covered him. Luce again, centered it. Here's Bill Hite. And that shot hit a leg. It hurt Danny Gare. He's limping off the ice for Buffalo. Nystrom carries on. Gare stays on the ice. He's in the play now, going back, circling. But he was hurt on that last shot. Now he's away on the right side. The pass goes in for him. Danny Gare going right in after it. It's cleared off the boards by Pearson. Gillies brings it out on that left side. Coming up to the 2-minute mark of overtime. Gillies near center. They hold it, and no further play. I thought Gare was really hurt. He staggered for a second and then made his way toward the bench and decided to stay on. I guess sometimes, Gary, they do that to make sure that everything is okay.
You shake it off, Bob. The pain is just momentary, and then you get out there, skate it out. But both teams, they're going at it full force. And, you know, you take advantage of the officiating at this time. Players know that the referee won't call a penalty unless it's to prevent a goal. So you might get away with the hook or the hold or the trip unless it's a clear-cut breakaway.
We're in overtime here at the Auditorium in Buffalo. I'm Bob Cole with Gary Dornhofer. We've played nearly 2 minutes now of overtime. Islanders lead the series 1-0. They would love a win here to go back to the island up 2. Sabres trying to even the series. It comes in front of the net. Van Boxmeer on the boards to center ice. That's Gordy Lane passing it ahead to Gillies. Didn't work. Here's Smith coming in for Buffalo. McKegney behind him. Smith stopping in the corner, back to John Van Boxmeer. Over to Schoenfeld. He lost it. It's out over the line again. Van Boxmeer waits for Gare to come on side. The Islanders break it up. Gillies, the long pass going down the wing. One in behind Bossy. And it's icing called against the New York Islanders. We've played 3 minutes and 33 seconds of overtime.
Well, one thing, both teams, they will be very deliberate coming out of their own zone. Hard banks off the boards, flip it out. You know, they won't try those pretty plays getting it out. Just make sure they're out.
Gary, you've been into many overtimes. Is it really, really nerve-wracking on the players?
Well, you know what you think of a lot of times, Bob? You don't want to be the goat that makes the bad play that results in a goal.
What you're telling me, you're not fussy in handling the puck in your own zone.
Now you let somebody else do it.
Face-off is deep in the Islanders' zone now. 2:33 gone in overtime. Here's the draw. Schoenfeld's shot tipped wide of the net. That looked dangerous for a moment. Good low shot. That was deflected. Gare went after. Potvin knocked him down. Play goes right on. Potvin hustling back into the play. Takes his man in on the boards. McKegney went in. The puck is loose. It goes back of the net. They call it. Apparently went in the mesh. Billy Smith grabbed it then and held it.
Well, that's just what we talked about. On probably normal circumstances, there would have been a penalty on Potvin there. He was hauled down, but it wasn't a scoring opportunity, so Wally Harris just lets it go. The changes will be a lot faster at this time. Players, they certainly don't want to stay out there when they're tired. Scotty Bowman continues to make a lot of different line changes. He has Perreault playing the left side, the right side, center.
Right now he's at center with Martin on the left and Sealing on the right. Hite and Richie Dunn, the two defensemen. Nearly 3 minutes gone in overtime. 2:53 to be precise. Back of the net. Pearson for the New York Islanders. Here he comes. Tonelli took his man, and the puck goes down the ice. Sauvé stopped that. Cleared it up to Martin. He's swinging around in the zone. Going to center. Martin up over the line. Martin nearly went right in. And Tonelli put it back of his own net for Nystrom. Up for Merrick and Tonelli. They get it to the line. Here's Tonelli coming to center. He goes in. Tonelli looking for someone. Hite takes him in on the boards. The puck goes loose around the net. And Richie Dunn starts right back for Buffalo. Hitting the line at center. Martin was covered over there. And Perreault drops it back to Dunn. To Hite. Up the line to center. On the boards it goes for Sealing. He slipped a long one in on the corner. And Nystrom has it. Nystrom was bumped back there. Now the Sabres come up with it again. Two players fall. Pearson on top of Martin. Van Boxmeer's shot right in front it is. And it's cleared by the Islanders. Not out though. It's kept in front of the net. Now Van Boxmeer again. shooting it up back of the goal. Perreault hustling over there. There he is. Around the net on this side. Islanders having great difficulty moving it out of their own zone. And the Sabres stay on top of him, but now they get it up. Merrick's pass to Nystrom. Nystrom up across the line. Stopped by Schoenfeld. Nearly 5 minutes gone in overtime now. Van Boxmeer's pass to Richard Martin. Coming in, winding up, doesn't shoot it. Martin carries on. Back of the net it goes. And Bourne takes over for New York. Van Boxmeer waits for him. But it's too late. He's away. Bourne racing in. Bourne a play for Bossy. And his shot is blocked by Jim Schoenfeld. Beautiful play by Schoenfeld. Now the Sabres. Gare played it up on the wing. McKegney is away. Schoenfeld with him. He's going in. The weak shot stopped by Smith. And Smith scoops it up quickly. I believe the goal has left the moorings. Yes, it had been pushed away earlier as Smith was off balance. He fell back, hit the net, and it came up off the right-hand mooring.
Well, the checking hasn't been very tight in this overtime. It's freewheeling opportunities at both ends. Here's McKegney from the middle, a little shot, didn't have much on it. And Smith backs into the net, knocks the net off the pole. But the play was already called prior to Smith hanging on. The Sabres are carrying the play. They've been in that, at the Buffalo, have been in the Islanders zone just about the whole overtime, just unable to get it by Smith.
4:42 gone in overtime. It goes into the corner again. Now this is Morrow playing up the other side. Bossy, ever dangerous, out of his own zone with Trottier. Going up over the line. Trottier moving in, and he was bumped in the corner. They push at each other as the play swings the other way. Andre Savard was stopped. Trottier again left it up the line, and he fell down a second time against Bill Heitz checking. Here's Luce breaking in. Luce going in with Sealing. Luce, a backhand shot. A weak one wide of the net, and Trottier moved it out. Bossy is breaking down with Bourne. Here's Bossy trying to go in himself. Knocked away, and Sealing right back up to Luce. And Luce is offside. Sharp call by Scampanello at the New York line.
Well, it's amazing that the pace of this game, it continues to get faster. And the hitting, it hasn't stopped, Bob. One right after another, just eliminating the man from the play.
Terrific hockey game, no question.
You know, the hardest part is sitting in that dressing room waiting for the Zamboni to complete its job. You know, just the tension that the players are feeling. That's the hard part, sitting there. Anticipation.
And you know, down at the end of the road is that Stanley Cup waiting. But there's so much on that road. And here we are now in overtime. Second game of the semifinal series. A very, very important game for the Buffalo Sabres. At center, Smith poked it in. He took a check, but got it into the zone anyway. Pearson back of the net for New York. Gets it away from Smith, and Gillies is down the left wing. Smith catching him. The pass goes to Goring. His shot is deflected wide. Sutter has it centered into Gillies, and he was bowled over in front of the net by Van Boxmeer. Here's McKegney coming out with Gare. He's up over the line, dropping it to Gare, was behind him. Now he has it. His shot nowhere near the net. He had to hurry it. Sutter played it ahead for Butch Goring, and he dropped it, and the Sabres nearly break in, but the Islanders cover up. Langevin just played it ahead at center ice. Here's Goring again turning. He's going in. Goring has a break all alone. He's in, and it was stopped by Sauvé. A beautiful save on Goring. The fans stand up. They give Sauvé a big hand. Langevin keeps it in. Now the Sabres shoot it out. It went by McKegney down the ice. They're all standing and clapping here now in the auditorium. But Merrick is in again. A great chance for Goring seconds ago. And Sauvé came up mighty, mighty big. Whoa, what a save. Van Boxmeer tipped it back. The whistle had gone. It was offside. At the line.
Bob Sauvé stands tall, and he's getting a standing ovation here at Buffalo Memorial Arena. That could have been game over. And one thing, Goring, look at that home free, one-on-one. You'll never get a more exciting play than what you're going to see right here. He tries for the shift. Look at the quickness of Sauvé. He had him beat cleanly. Look at that home free. One-on-one. You'll never get a more exciting play than what you're going to see right here. He tries for the shift. Look at the quickness of Sauvé. He had him beat cleanly. And that's what you talk about, the goaltender coming up with that big save. Of course, the Sabres certainly needed it this particular time.
Well,
get a second chance.
That was big, no question about it. The big one of the hockey game to date. We're nearing the 7-minute mark in overtime. The Islanders come awfully close. Now Merrick hopping in. He was stopped. Playfair couldn't get it out. It's Nystrom going after it. He got a weak shot away, and Sauvé stopped it. Back of the net, it's center to Merrick. And where is it? It went to the corner off the leg. Now the Islanders are coming close. Lorimer from center to Nystrom. He poked it into the zone. Nystrom speeding back of the net. And here's Tonelli in the corner. He couldn't center it. Coming in from the line is Lorimer. Charging in. Played it back of the net. It went by Tonelli. Martin trying to get some room. He can't get away. Tonelli to Nystrom. Nystrom's shot. That was wide on the far post. Martin again takes a look. Hit ceiling at center. Perreault was up with him. It's into the zone, and Potvin going back. Perreault all over him. He played it back of the net for Tonelli. Tonelli's high pass goes down the ice. They played 8 minutes of overtime. Martin from center. Gare going in. Up over the line. Gare gets set. In front it goes, and Martin was covered there and couldn't get near it. Martin gets it back to Height. Height near the line was stopped, and the Islanders, 2 of them come out. Potvin's pass down to Bossy. Bossy going in with Potvin. Cannot get it back to him. And Martin for Buffalo. Unbelievable action now here in overtime. 8.5 minutes gone. And the pass stopped at center by Don Luce. He's in with Gare. Here's Gare's shot. On the short side, he missed the net by a foot. Back to the line. Dunn took a shot. Whoa! Gare tipped it just wide. Now Savard. He's hit hard back there. Danny Gare again. And he was stopped by Billy Smith. And the goaltender hangs on to it again. This is nerve-wracking, let me tell you. We played 8 minutes and 42 seconds of overtime.
Well, Danny Gare had a couple of good opportunities getting himself in position, but it took good corner work to get him the puck. Here he is, really doesn't have anything to shoot at, but, you know, when you're in that position, you might as well lay it at the net. There's always a possibility of the rebound. Billy Smith was there to cover up.
I don't know, the way these two teams have been going at it tonight. We talked about overtimes usually going short, but this one could go long. 2 evenly matched hockey clubs, I'll tell you, and the goaltending has been superb.
Well, it could have ended in the very first shift for both teams, Bob. The Sabres had the first opportunity. The Islanders came right back. Well, you'll never see better goaltending than we've witnessed here tonight. I saw parts of it from Gilles Meloche in the Minnesota-Montreal series.
Derek Smith for Buffalo against Trottier. Smith with the draw. The shot by Gare was blocked. Gare again. Height took a shot. That was deflected wide. Smith cleared it back of the net. That's Bossy for Trottier coming to center. He backhands it into the Buffalo zone, and Bob Bourne goes in after Gare. Bourne trying to get loose. Gare had him tied up, though. Bossy went after Dunn. The pass went to McKechnie, and he lost control of it. Goring, who was in all alone earlier in overtime and was stopped by the goaltender, to Bourne. Bourne in with a shot. That's wide of the net. Here's Lane trapping it. It comes back in front to McKechnie. Out to Gare, one man back. Gare going in. Faked the shot. Now he centers it. And it was stopped by Gordy Lane, and he's back at the net for New York. They're playing great hockey. Lane fell. It comes back in front of the net. And Lane got back to cover up in time. Now Bossy's pass on an open wing. Too far for Goring. Trailing the play was Bourne, and he couldn't stop it. They're nearing the 10-minute mark of a first overtime period. Stealing it back there is Sealing. He had it caught in the mesh, and he gets a face-off in the New York Islanders zone to the left of the net. They've played 9:45 of this first overtime period.
You know what you'll see a lot in this overtime also is when the puck is shot in the corner along the boards and 2 players come together, they'll try and tie each other up and then hope one of their teammates come in to grab hold of the puck.
Was a scoreless first period. In the second, Goring scored for New York. And then in the third, Savard got a goal for the Buffalo Sabres to send it up to this point. 9:45 of overtime. Wally Harris, the referee, now sends the Islanders back. The last change has to go to Buffalo, and he has decided that they have already made that, and the Islanders cannot make another change. So Gillies remains on with Trottier and Goring.
Well, the shots here, Bob, at this point, the Buffalo Sabres have had 37 shots. The Islanders, 26.
Potvin is back on the defense for New York with Lorimer. The Buffalo Sabres have Perreault with Sealing, Martin, Schoenfeld, and Van Boxmeer. Van Boxmeer is in talking to referee Wally Harris now. What's happening here? Look out. Harris said something to Clark Gillies rather sternly. They're going to have the face-off to the left of the net. That's it. Potvin skated by to say something to the referee. And at the far side, Schoenfeld, and he's still talking to the linesman, Gerard Gauthier. Schoenfeld now goes in to talk to Wally Harris.
Both captains, they're having words. We should have a mic down there, find out what they're saying.
You can almost hear Harris up here. I'm telling you. There they are, eyeball to eyeball. Jim Schoenfeld of the Sabres and the referee of tonight's game, Wally Harris. Now Goring comes out to take his spot. Face off deep in the zone to the left of the net. Now we're ready, apparently. Puck is dropped in, the Islanders with the draw. Potvin back of the net. He beats Perreault with that move. Gillies got it on the boards to center. Buffalo couldn't pick it up. Here's Lorimer. Hits Sealing with the pass. Sealing was stopped by Lorimer, who circled back. Lorimer coming in. Fed it on the boards, but Van Boxmeer takes over for the Buffalo Sabres. A pass out across the line to Sealing from Martin. Sealing is going in. Sealing gets in front. Can't shoot it. And the Islanders again. Potvin fanned on it. That's a break. He moved out by Martin a second time. Hitting center. Potvin going in with Tonelli. Tried to man the puck to Potvin a second time and missed him. Van Boxmeer speeding out. Played it on the boards, trying to do it himself. He was stopped near center. And Merrick, good shift on Schoenfeld. But he was grabbed and turned around. Now Gare going in with Martin. Here's Gare getting set, and a nice save by Billy Smith. Got the left hand down and grabbed it. Again, back for New York. Down to Nystrom. He's bumped hard by Schoenfeld. They're tiring now, let me tell you, a great pace. They're setting here in overtime, and they've hit 11 minutes. It's tipped out to Gare. Gare left it for Derek Smith. Up to center. Going in with McKegney. Smith cutting for the net. He centered it, and he was given a jolt back there. 3 Islanders break out. Merrick leads this one with Nystrom going in. It gets in front of the net. And Richie Dunn covered up for Buffalo, and they come right back the other way. McKegney, and he was belted by Langevin. Tonelli, up on the left side, goes down the ice. It's going to be icing. They got to be getting tired now, Gary. No question. They played 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Fans love it, but the guys down there are tiring.
Well, there haven't been that many stoppages in plays. But you know, all that hitting has to tire guys out, and we're going to see another one right here by Langevin, right at the blue line. Help. McKegney. Both players go down, but that's the type of game it's been. A lot of clean hitting tonight. Talk about body contact, we've had all kinds of it.
Loose for Buffalo. The draw goes back of the net for New York. Langevin back of the goal from the corner, sends it out across the line. And Sealing just stopped it and fed it back to Height, to Dunn. Back up to Savard. He got the Buffalo goal tonight in the third period to send it into overtime after Goring had given the New York Islanders a 1-0 lead back in the second period. We're in the fourth period now, first of overtime. 8:14 remaining in the first 20-minute overtime period.
Now Mike Bossy's out there right now. They've finally got that combination together. Trottier and Bossy and Bourne on the line. That's the way they played together most of the year. And I'm sure that they did that when Craig Ramsey was taken out of the lineup because of that injury. That allowed El Arbor to put that combination back together again.
Savard comes to center against Trache. Savard went after it. In back of the net. Langevin around on the boards in the corner. Bourne gets it down the ice. Here's Trache racing forward. He gets in on Dunn. Dunn forced into the corner. Bourne coming and looking forward. Bourne standing in front of the net. He's covered. Put off stride. And Dunn to Martin. Martin stops. Pearson turns. Feeds it back to Langevin. He has to double back inside his own line. Thoreau in for checking. The Sabres have it. Savard tried to set it up. But the Islanders break out, led by Bossy. He's up over the line, took the shot, and that's stopped by Sauvé. Great hockey here in this overtime with Martin feeding it down on the left. And it comes to Savard. He tipped it in. It goes high on the glass in the corner. Gordy Lane is back there for New York. They'll get a face-off in the New York zone once again. Most of the face-offs have been up in that end. In this overtime period, you look at Savard, the goal scorer. He was inserted in the lineup tonight by Scotty Bowman. McClanahan and Mongrain were not dressed. Lindy Ruff and Andre Savard dressed for Buffalo. Good thing is Savard made a great effort to get that Buffalo goal midway along in the third period to gain the tie and set up this overtime after Goring had scored for the New York Islanders.
You know, the longer you go, the players will get a little more tired. And when you're at that situation, Bob, that's the time when you may make a mistake which will result in a goal.
Reminder, the third game of this series will be Saturday night at Nassau County Coliseum. The New York Islanders home against these Buffalo Sabres. Game 3, 8 o'clock. Hockey Night in Canada will be there. You join us. The other series, that's tied. Flyers shut out North Stars 7-0 tonight at the Spectrum. It comes right in back of the net from the draws. Lou stopped the draw. Then Lane has to move away with it. Played it ahead for Bourne. Bourne's pass to Gillies, a good one. Gillies gets up over the line, tries to barge in, shoots it on the boards. It goes around the net. Schoenfeld went after it. He has it first. Hits the line and goes to center. Van Boxmeer coming in. The shot deflected off the leg as Lane blocked it. Right in front it comes to Lane. And he didn't see it. Goring was back quickly, though, and he pushed it off to the corner. Now Morrow to Lane. They're hustling each other at the far side. That's Gillies and Luce are swinging at each other now. I think we're going to get penalties. They'll both go off, likely. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll wait. The referee, Wally Harris, is over there. Yeah, I think they'll both go off. Yes, there they go.
Of course, the fans object. They figure Luce didn't have anything to do with that altercation. It was all Gillies, but that'll be the call that Wally Harris makes. Again, we said before, there's no way that he will call a penalty unless it's a very flagrant call. Now you'll see they'll be in the corner. Luce and Gillies. Give him a little slash there on the stick, but they work in the corner, along the boards. Now he'll get turned around, and Wally Harris, watching the whole thing, finally sends them both up.
So the first penalty is called in overtime. Luce of Buffalo, Gillies of the New York Islanders. 6:50 remaining in this first overtime period. There's Scotty standing up, hollering.
And Buffalo penalty to number 20,
announcement.
Don Luce. 2 minutes each for roughing. Gillies and Luce. 2 minutes each for roughing. The time, 13:10.
13:10, the time of the roughing penalties. To Luce of Buffalo, Gillies of the New York Islanders. Hero comes to center. He has Gare, Schoenfeld, and Van Boxmeer. Goring for the Islanders. Dennis Potvin, Lorimer, and Sutter from the draw. Potvin can't find it. Goring has stopped a long shot by Van Boxmeer, was just wide. Up to the line it comes to Sutter. Going in with Goring. Sutter is bumped on the boards by Schoenfeld. Schoenfeld falling, scooped it ahead though. And Gare starts out for Buffalo. Danny Gare to Van Boxmeer to center. Van Boxmeer shoots it in on the boards. And Lorimer takes it for the New York Islanders coming out. A long pass to Goring. Goring has been in once already all alone and was stopped by Sauvé. 6 minutes, 15 seconds left in the overtime period. Long pass, missed Perreault. Lorimer going back with Potvin coming out. The pass hitting Trottier. He's away at center with Bob Bourne on his right. Trottier stops. Now he tries to get loose and can't. Height had him tied up. Sealing comes to center for Buffalo. Sealing going in on the far side into the corner. Sealing centered it. And Height nearly had a great chance. Now Richie Dunn from the line. Richie Dunn kept it in with Height shooting it off to the corner. Perreault is pushed into the boards by Potvin. Now Bob Bourne feeds it back. Potvin in front of his own net. And it's cleared out by Lorimer. Down the ice it goes. In wide of the net. 5:30 left of this first overtime period. Breaking out is Bill Height. Down the left wing. His pass to center to Smith. He was stopped. Merrick fell. Richie Dunn coming in. Into Smith and his drive right on. Stopped by Billy Smith of New York. And Boxmeer a drive. And that went wide. Into the corner. Morrow trying to feed it out. He gets it up to Merrick. Look out. He's upended by Van Boxmeer. To Schoenfeld back in the Buffalo net and 5 minutes left in the first overtime period. Schoenfeld in the big circle to the right of his goaltender, Bob Sauvé. Up to Van Boxmeer. Van Boxmeer comes back to Schoenfeld with it. The two defensemen on this offensive drive. The backhand shot is grabbed by Smith. And he holds it with 4:43 remaining in this first overtime period.
You know, you can't be particular where you shoot the puck from. Anytime you get it in that zone over the blue line, let it go. You just never know what'll happen. Here's an opportunity from the Sabres from far out. Smith had a little bit of trouble. He had to reach for it with his pad, but was able to come up with a save. You notice he was in deep in his net. He wasn't out there challenging.
4 minutes, 43 seconds left in this opening overtime period. Face off to the left of Billy Smith. Shots 39-27 in favor of the Sabres. From the draw, it comes back in front to Gare. He was blocked, couldn't shoot it. Loose went after it. And taking over was Ken Morrow. Back of the net, he plays it out to center ice. Dumped in again by Schoenfeld. Now Bourne's pass. That's stopped by Luce. Down in the wing goes Gare. Gare speeds around the defenseman. Cuts in, tried to drop it back, and Tonelli was back in time. Now Lane, ahead to Merrick. Merrick stopped on the boards. Merrick turning around, is confused now, and Lane has to go back against Gare, and McKechnie's forechecking. Bourne missed the pass. To center ice it comes, and offside was Danny Gare as the Sabres fed it in, and 4:04 remaining in this first overtime.
Well, the changes are getting very frequent now. The players are only staying out there about 30 seconds. I'm sure Scotty Bowman and Al Arbor both talking to the players on the bench. Don't stay out there when you're tired. Come off. You go up and down the ice once and do your job. We'll have a fresh guy ready to go.
Dennis Potvin for the Islanders. Along with Lorimer on the defense. Height and Richie Dunn for Buffalo. Perreault, Sealing, and Martin up front for the Sabres. Into that New York zone again. Back is Lorimer. Starting away. Goring, Gillies, and Nystrom. Out there for New York. 3:50 left in overtime. Height dropped it back. Dunn has to turn around on Goring to Height again. Height coming out now. The long pass too far for Perreault. And it's on the boards again. Goring didn't see it. And Height has it for the Buffalo Sabres in his own zone. Here he comes up on the right wing. The pass was stopped by Butch Goring. Nystrom trying to get it loose, but Height fell on it. Now that's where it stays.
You notice in the last sequence, Bob, where the Sabres had the puck in their own zone. They only had two defensemen back. They had three Islanders inside the blue line. The rest of the Sabre forwards were outside that blue line. Now that's dangerous. You should never be outnumbered when you have possession of the puck in your own zone. One stray pass and the game is all over. So they have to look at that and not hang up there too high.
Goring with Gillies and Nystrom. Face off just up the line. Dunn has to come back for Buffalo. 3:25 left of this first overtime. Here's Height hitting the blue line up to center ice, and Savard is coming in. Savard on the backhand. It went by in front of Smith, and Nystrom down with Goring. Goring at center, cutting in with Gillies. He's up over the line. Goring gets set, played it back. Potvin gets loose in front, took a shot. That hit a leg, a two-man break. Loose going in with Perreault. He's going in on goal. Oh! It was too far for Loose. Savard bumped on the boards. Back to the line, Richie Dunn. Here's Height. He'll get a shot away. That's blocked in front. And the Islanders, three of them break out. This is Goring to center. Had trouble. Nystrom couldn't help him. And here's Perreault. It went over his stick. Puck bouncing everywhere. Here's Howitt going in. He took a shot. That missed on the short side. Not by much, though. Now the Sabres trying to recover in their own zone. Height, the long shot going down the ice. And it's Langevin coming back with 2:20 left in this first overtime. Long pass to center. Trottier going in. Trottier tried to stick handle through the defenseman. And Van Boxmeer has it. John Van Boxmeer ahead to Gare. Went behind him. He didn't see the pass. And Pearson ahead to Howitt. Howitt lost it near the line, but offside was McKechnie when he received that. And now 2:04 remaining in this first overtime period. The game was sent into overtime by Andre Savard in the third period after Goring had scored the New York Islanders goal in the second.
Well, Potvin got caught in the last play. It resulted in a 2-on-1 break. You see him diving for it. But Gillies made a good play to get back, and close opportunity for the Sabres. But they had the chance there with Perreault carrying the puck. What better chance do you want?
We just saw the time, in case you're interested. Eastern time, 11:45 now. What's that, Ralph Mellenby? 1:15 in St. John's. They're still up watching. They're great hockey fans, let me tell you. Here's Howitt back of the net. Bossy missed the pass near the line. And it's cleared off the boards down inside the New York line again. Now Trottier at center for Bossy, back to him. Trottier hopping in there. A minute and a half left in this first overtime. Howitt goes back of the goal. It comes out to the line. Lane took a shot. And nice skate save. Here's Bossy again. Great pressure now. Bossy going back of the net. Bossy still has it. Now he's bumped. It comes in front. Lane gets it back on the other side. He can't keep it in. Morrow just a little bit out of position. Couldn't hold it in there. Now the Islanders come to life with 1 minute 5 seconds left in this first overtime period. Gary, are we going to 2?
A good possibility, but it's a good thing, Bob, because I understand you're getting double time and a half.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Our executive producer, Ralph Mellenby, told me earlier, no problem, it always ends early. You know? I mean, he told me the game down in Philadelphia would probably be something like 7-2 tonight, so what does he know? It was 7-0.
Well, it's been a great treat. We got a classic. Close checking, hitting, skating, you got a little bit of everything, but can't forget to mention, which we have all night, the great goaltending. Sauvé and Smith.
From the face-off, Merrick's shot, just wide. Now McKechnie slapped one on the boards down the ice. Less than a minute remaining in this first overtime now. They haven't solved a thing, except show us great entertainment here in the second game of the semis in Buffalo. Height in his own zone, poured down in the corner. Coming out slowly. Pinelli jumped on it, kept it in. Now Perreault put the pass behind Sealing. 40 seconds left in the first overtime. Height again from his own side of center, stopped by Merrick. He played it in. Now Dunn on the boards to center. Morrow finds Merrick. Merrick getting in close. Merrick can't shoot it. Merrick pushed off to one side by Bill Height. Up the line, Morrow shot, look out! It got through. Sealing nearly tipped that in front of his own goaltender, and Sauvé was very alert. 10 seconds left. Sealing's long shot. Smith covered the angle. Here's McKechnie breaking in front, around the net. Still has it. Shot! Oh! A close call with only 2 seconds left. Billy Smith went down on that short. He didn't know where McKechnie was going next. He went in around the net, circled all the way out. Looked like he might shoot it from close range, but then took another stride or two and then let it go. And Smith covering the angle.
Well, nobody bothered going after him. Look at it. He's all alone. Everybody's covering the front of the net. This is the old turnaround, shoot it. Smith had a little bit of trouble, and that lays right inside his pad, but he covers up. And we're going to have another one. A rest, and then away we go.
Well, 2 seconds left. I suppose it has been done before, but this is a big face-off. Don't worry. Pache against Gary.
How about pulling the goalie? Why not?
Well, that's a good choice right now. No, they didn't drop it in. The clock hasn't moved. We'll watch that. There it is. It's in the corner. Overtime number 2 coming up in a little while, ladies and gentlemen. Don't leave us. Stay with us for a little while anyway. I don't know how long we're going to go. It was tied by Savard in the third period after Goring had scored in the second for the New York Islanders. And here we are. We've gone through another 20 minutes and scoreless hockey, Gary. Fantastic hockey, though.
Well, you just grab a cup of hot black coffee and just be prepared, a little snack right now, and watch the players put on another show.
Okay, it's 1-1. More overtime coming up. Now let's go down to Dave Hodge.
The only statistic we give you out of that first overtime period, the double penalties to Clark Gillies and Don Luce, minor penalties for roughing, and these people who are set to do a lot of talking and join your coffee, if indeed you have brewed it, as Gary has suggested, or Joe Watson, who is scouting this series on behalf of the Philadelphia Flyers and is obviously happy with the score that he sees from Philadelphia. 7-0 as the Flyers tie that series. And between us is Ron Andrews, the Director of Information and Statistician for the National Hockey League, and can he ever come in handy when we have to look back at overtimes and look ahead at this one. First of all, Joe, I guess we can talk about the Flyers a little bit. Did you expect something like this tonight in Philadelphia?
Well, I tell you, I didn't see the first game there, so I didn't really know what to expect, but Pat said we didn't play that well. We didn't play up to our capabilities, and I guess we certainly did tonight, because the score indicated that it seemed like we played very well. And of course, it was nice to see that Phil Muir got the opportunity to play, and he got the shutout, so maybe that'll boost his confidence a little, and maybe give the team a bunch of confidence, and maybe we can carry on from there. But it certainly is nice to see us come back and even that series up, because, Minnesota have always played well in their building, but in the playoffs it certainly wasn't an indication they played that well, especially against Montreal, because Montreal, I thought, dominated them there for a couple of games. But certainly it's nice to go back to Minnesota with one, tied 1-1.
Well, Ron, when is the last second overtime period? I know you're not going to go too far back, are you?
No, it was this season in the preliminary round, Dave, when Kenny Linsman scored at 23:06, I think it was, of the second, or 3:06 of the second overtime period in the preliminary round. The last game against Edmonton.
But they have not been too frequent over the years.
No, they aren't. In fact, since 1971, when we had 2 second overtime periods, since then we've only had 4. Tonight's the 4th one that's gone into a second overtime period. And this is the first time since 71 we've had 2 in 1 year. And the last one prior to this year, Cam Connor last year, the Canadians against Toronto in the quarterfinal. And then in 1977, I think Joe remembers that one, when Terry O'Reilly scored for Boston. It was a 5-4 win, and they were in the 6th minute of the second overtime period that year.
Well, then let's talk to Joe about what happens in a game that goes to 2 overtime periods. I think there's a psychology involved in ending regulation time and getting prepared for 1 overtime period, but what are those players going through now?
Well, I was involved in a couple of these games, and there's some opportunity, during the course of the game, especially the second overtime, you just hope that hopefully your team comes out on top and you win the game, but you're just hoping for a break here and there. And the way the 2 teams are playing right now, I think they're playing very cautiously, and it seems like they're waiting for the opportunity. And if you'd seen that last period there, both teams, there wasn't that many opportunities. Bobby Nystrom had a good chance.
Goring had the breakaway.
Goring had the breakaway, but other than that, there wasn't really any good scoring chances. And I imagine both teams are just waiting for the opportunity. It seems like they want to play all night. They play this way all night until somebody gets the opportunity to score. And what's going to happen, I think, invariably what happens in these games is a fluky goal, more or less, that determines the game. It's more or less a harmless shot or a harmless play. It doesn't look like nothing, and it goes in, and invariably that's what happens in these games.
Is the style of play determined at all, do you think, by the fact that Buffalo is in a position where they need this game more than the Islanders do?
Well, I think that the way Buffalo is playing, like I say, they're playing very cautiously, as the Islanders are. And if anybody's trying to sustain any attack in the opposition zone, I think it's at Buffalo. They're more or less throwing 2 checkers in there, where the Islanders are very cautiously, and they're throwing 1 man in. They're having their wings pick up the wingers, and their defense are more or less standing up the blue line or center ice trying to break the plays up. But like I say, just you hope that your team wins, and you rely on a break here and there, and that's what more or less determines the outcome of these games.
Let's get more stats from Ron. We have long since passed any mention of J.P. Parisi's shortest overtime goal. The longest one, of course, is Mud Bruneto.
116 minutes and 30 seconds, the 16th minute of the 6th overtime period. I don't think we'd have that again, Dave. Not with the style of play we had today. I don't think the players would play 6 overtime periods. There's one interesting thing here. The Sabres at home. This is their 8th overtime game in the odd. They've won 6 and lost 1. The Islanders have played now in their 9th road game. They've won 6 and lost 2 on the road. So it's a pretty even matchup there as far as home and road goes. And this, for this season, is the Islanders' 5th overtime game. They had 3 against Boston and 1 against Los Angeles in the prelim round. So they're used to it. And oddly enough, it's Buffalo's 1st overtime game this season.
Well, which brings up another point. Does it help to be used to overtime as the Islanders are and as the Sabres aren't this year, Joe?
Well, gosh, I think it does definitely. If you watched Scotty Bowman, went basically with about 8 or 9 forwards and his 4 defensemen. He hasn't used Ramsey or Larry Playfair that much. And there again, you take a look at Al Arbor, and he's basically used pretty well his whole team except for Henning and Howitt.
Another point to make is that Craig Ramsey and Rick Dudley have been injured in this game, so the Sabres are shorthanded even more than Scotty Bowman's choice might make them.
Well, definitely, Craig Ramsey is definitely a good defensive hockey player, and in games like this, he certainly doesn't give much away, and he might add the odd opportunity and maybe score the odd goal. He hasn't scored a goal in the playoffs, I believe, yet, and I believe he's the only Sabre, and goals are few and far between sometimes in the playoffs, and there's the type of person that could score the goal. You never know. But I think the way this game is going to end, it's going to be a lucky goal. I really do.
They
normally end.
Do we remember the Cam Connor goal? I didn't see the goal that won for Philadelphia this year, but Connor's goal is etched in my memory.
Yeah, it was not what you can call a goal.
No. We'll allow him to say it was, but no, not really. Well, we have more talk with Joe Watson of the Philadelphia Flyers and Ron Andrews of the National Hockey League. The score at the end of the 1st overtime period is the New York Islanders 1 and the Buffalo Sabres 1.
Open wide.
Huh?
Just checking for night fever.
Hey, you're smooth.
You're right.
Yeah. I've always said when it's golden, you go for it.
I've always said when you've got it, hang on to it.
You sure you wouldn't rather be up there dancing?
All that glitter isn't golden.
Aha, medium rare.
You shouldn't let something this good pass you by. When it's golden, you go for it.
Capri Fever is here.
Catch it.
Don't let Capri Value pass you by.
Catch it with bucket seats, 4 on the floor, rack and pinion steering, and full instrumentation.
Inside, that's where Capri Fever really strikes.
Capri has the best fuel rating for North American-built 6-cylinder cars in its class.
So you can have fun and save gas, too. Capri Fever. 3 ways to catch it.
At the sign of the cat.
That's what 4 teams are playing for, and these 2 are soon to go into another day on the calendar, Eastern Daylight Time anyway. The Buffalo Sabres and the New York Islanders getting set for the 2nd overtime period here at the Memorial Auditorium in Buffalo. And, Joe, you can't be too unhappy to see this happen. One of these teams might be playing Philadelphia for the final, and if that's the case, you'd rather see them play all night.
Yes, you're right. Let them go to the full 7 games and let our series end in 5, or hopefully, in our favor, and let them wear each other out, and we'll be sitting there fresh, maybe 3 or 4 days rest, which I think would be advantageous to our team, and ready for them, really.
Ron, have been how many overtimes this playoff year?
11 this year, Dave.
And is that approaching any sort of record?
Yeah, the most was 12 in 1975, although there were only 51 games then. This is the 54th game of this year. But again, the oddity is going to the 2nd overtime period. There's no doubt about it. And maybe Joe has something on that. I don't think they'll go into the long overtimes anymore. Not the style of play.
No, you're right. Like you say, it's more or less an offensive game, the way the game is played nowadays. But of course, this game tonight is I think it's been played very well by both teams, and you know, both teams play good defense, and this has been quite evident in the game tonight. But you know, I don't think it's going to go beyond maybe the 10-minute mark of this second overtime period. I think both teams are more or less tired, and I think it's just going to be a break that's going to determine the outcome of this game.
Yeah, sure as shooting, we can predict all we want that this is not going to go past the second overtime period.
We know we're going to be 2-1.
Yeah, we're going to remember that, I'll tell you. With all the overtimes in this playoff here, maybe you're going to have to open another chapter in that NHL guide, Ron Andrews' Bible, if they go to regular season overtime next year, which is a distinct possibility.
It is, Dave. They've discussed it. I don't know whether it will happen next year or the following season, but they are discussing it, and I think more and more clubs are in favor of it now. And I think I am to a point. I'm not really sure yet, but I'd like to see it tried anyway and see what happens.
Well, we must emphasize that overtime in regular season would be to a certain length, and that's it. I don't think
I don't think we'd have unlimited overtime.
No.
It wouldn't work.
Joe, what's the Flyers' point of view on overtime, if you know what it is?
Well, the Flyers, I believe they're all for it, really. You know, I think it adds a lot to the game, mind you. But the game, hockey, I think, is the most demanding sport there is in all professional sports. And I think, you know, maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes at the very most, and you know, sudden death. Anything beyond 10 minutes, I think, should be a tie. But I believe that people, majority of the time, get their money's worth in a 60-minute game. And, you know, as you know, hockey is 60 minutes of action. It's not like football, which is maybe 10 or 12 minutes, or baseball, you know, it takes forever sometimes to throw the ball. Basketball, you know, there's usually a lot of action there. But hockey usually gets 60 minutes of action, and I believe the people are content with that and happy if, you know, if it's a well-played game like this game is tonight.
In talking to Roger Nielsen before the game, I asked him if there was one factor that becomes more important in playoffs than in regular season, and he said conditioning. And it's something you got to think about now after playing, 80 minutes of hockey. I don't even know how many in a period. That has to be a factor in determining who's going to win this game.
Well, you take a look at the Buffalo team. I think that Buffalo basically went with 13 or 14 players, where the Islanders have gone with maybe 15 or 16, you know, and like you say, conditioning could determine the outcome of this game. And if it does, well, it looks like the Islanders should be in the Islanders' favor because they basically went with a few more players than the other team.
Ron, I don't expect you to have an answer for this, but everybody's very fond of picking who will score the overtime goal. Gary Dornhofer and I have already done that, made our choices, and you can have yours too. But I wonder if there's any sort of a pattern as to whether a big goal scorer usually scores in overtime or whether it is somebody like, forgive me, Cam Connor.
That's funny, and actually it is the lesser light that scores the overtime goal. I went through the list a couple of years ago just to see how many of the superstars or great stars of the time scored. And it generally is the lesser-known player that gets it. So if you're looking at the Gilbert Perreault or the Brian Trottier or the Bossy or the Potvin, it might not be him tonight. It might be the lesser guy. It might be the Bob Bourne, who isn't a 50-goal scorer.
He had a big scorer in the playoffs.
And he had a big scorer in the playoffs.
Gordie Howe never had an overtime goal in the NHL.
Howe never did in the NHL. One thing he didn't do. The Rocket, of course, led with 6 overtime.
One thing he hasn't done, he could still do it next year.
That's right.
You never know.
He comes back and could. There's a chance he might have this year.
Well, let's let our guests, who have been so good to give us all of their time and so many of their words, take a shot at picking a player from each team. Hearing what Ron has said, do you want to look down the bench, Joe?
Well, I tell you, I was commenting to one of the reporters upstairs there, and I said that I thought that Derek Smith would score the goal. I thought he's worked very hard, and of course he had a great opportunity in the third period. He's all left all alone, and he's more or less lost the puck off his stick. But I looked at Derek Smith to score the goal.
Well, I'd like you to pick an Islander too.
I tell you, I think Dennis Potvin. I look at Dennis Potvin. I think Dennis Potvin has had a number of opportunities, good opportunities. I like what Dennis Potvin had.
Yeah, I picked him for the Islanders. Who do you like, Ron?
I don't know. I'd go with someone like Torrey McKigney, actually. You know, I don't know why. I just have an idea. There's a guy that hasn't done a lot offensively or scoring-wise. And for the Islanders, maybe a Lorimer.
Maybe a Lorimer.
Oh, my God. Those defensive do score the odd time.
Who knows? I don't know. And I'll tell you, it isn't fixed if one of those guys scores.
Getting right off the topic and getting back to Philadelphia for a minute on a personal note for Joe, did Jim play tonight, do you know?
Well, I understand he was supposed to play, yes. And, gosh, I hope he did. And of course, we come out on top. And
that would make Philadelphia totally healthy?
Yes. You know, in the playoffs, you got to play with little hurts here and there. And of course, we have. I imagine all these teams that are in the playoffs have a bunch of hurts here and there. You know, and And, of course, we're no different than anybody else. We got a couple of guys that, maybe wouldn't be playing under these circumstances. But, when this comes to playoffs, boy, they're all the marbles on the line. And you got to go out there and perform. I remember one year Bobby Bond played with a broken leg, I believe it was, the final game of the Stanley Cup, and he scored the winning goal against my team. And Detroit was always my team when I was a young boy.
I remember that. I didn't mean to suggest that any team is totally healthy, but to make matters easier, if all the players are there, we can assume they are. And of course, for Minnesota, 3 top defensemen out of tonight's game. Gary Sargent, who's out for this semifinal series. Kirk Giles, who might be back Sunday, and Fred Barrett, who broke his wrist. So that's all the information that we have. Well, Ron has plenty more, but unless we're here till 4 o'clock in the morning, you won't be hearing any more of it from Ron. Joe Watson of the Philadelphia Flyers, Ron Andrews, Director of Information of the National Hockey League, and if you don't know me by now, well, here's Bob Cole and Gary Dornhofer.
Okay, David Hodge. We're getting ready for the second overtime period. And, Gary, just recapping the scoring. In the second period, Goring at 15:02. In the third, Savard tied it at 11:47. It's been some kind of hockey game, let's face it. The shots at this point, as we await the teams for the start of the second overtime period, the Buffalo Sabres, 41 shots on goal, and the New York Islanders, 30 shots on goal. These goaltenders have been something else tonight. They have got to be tired men at this point.
Well, of course, Joe Watson made a good observation. The fatigue factor with Bowman forced with the injuries to Ramsey and Dudley, that brings the total down to 15. And in that overtime, Playfair and Ruff, they did not see much action. So now when you're using 13 players and on the go all the time, it doesn't give you much of a chance for a breather. But most important, Bob, at this time is your concentration. If you're just lacking a little concentration on one shift, it may cost you the game. So it's very important. And this comes in the dressing room where players will get together, while they're relaxing, just talk about certain things to remind one another, to make sure we have one guy coming back, take the man, various things that will help decide the outcome of this hockey game.
The Buffalo Sabres have never before been involved in a second overtime period. First time for the Sabres. They want to make it a good one to remember, no doubt. They almost have to win this game. Going back to the island, losing to the Islanders, it'll be really, really tough to come back. New York has already taken away home ice advantage from these Sabres by winning 4-1 on Tuesday night in the first game of this set. In the other series, the North Stars surprised the Flyers going into the Spectrum on Tuesday with a 6-5 win. Tonight, Pat Quinn decided goaltending change was needed. Phil Mayer went in, responded beautifully, shut out the North Stars, and the Flyers took a 7-0 victory to even that series 1-1. It now shifts to Bloomington, Minnesota for Game 3. A reminder that the next game in this series will be Saturday night from the Nassau County Coliseum in Long Island, New York. That game starts at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And we know, of course, that you know that Hockey Night in Canada will be there, so please join us.
There's the man that plays a very important part in this game, referee Wally Harris. What type of penalty will he call, if there is one called? I'm sure it'll have to be a breakaway or a good scoring attempt before he will whistle somebody off.
Well, there you see the shot posted up down to our right on the big scoreboard. Listen to the crowd now. Listen to this. They're cheering the Sabres on. A big round of applause and cheering for the Buffalo Sabres. They want to get this thing going and get it over quickly, if it's possible. Billy Smith down to our left. There he is. He has other ideas, and he's executed those ideas all evening. He's been beautiful in goal tonight.
He's mentioned with those colored pads and that stick that he wants recognition. Well, he's had plenty of that in these two games.
All right. Fifth period of hockey coming up right here at the Memorial Auditorium in Buffalo, New York. The Islanders lead the series 1-0. This one up for grabs. Lorimer's long pass into the zone. And it's grabbed right away by Sealing. His pass on the boards. Bossy intercepted, kept it in. Sealing again. Feeds it back of the net. Don Luce missed a chance to clear it out. An easy save by Sauvé on that shot. And now the Sabres shoot it down the ice. Ruff going after it. Didn't get there in time. It's tipped back inside the Buffalo line. And Richie Dunn takes it back of the net. Here he comes. Dunn hitting the blue line. Goes to center with the shot. That's grabbed by Billy Smith. And he dropped it back of the goal. Perreault comes in looking for it. Schoenfeld could not keep it in. He was hustling, but couldn't quite make it. It came out over the line, and the Sabres were offside.
Well, this guy has certainly logged a lot of ice time tonight. And Schoenfeld. And it's very important that the defense keep up on the play. Make sure that they're up on that blue line when doesn't matter which team gains possession of the puck. They got to get up there. They can't lag behind.
Savard with Richard Martin and Perreault. Clark Gillies drops it back. He's on with Goring and Nystrom. Lorimer and Dennis Potvin on the defense for the New York Islanders. Schoenfeld and Van Boxmeer for Buffalo. In back of the net. Savard tipped it along the left wing boards. Lorimer kept it in, but now Savard will clear it to the line. Gillies took a shot. A blistering drive was wide. Off the boards. Martin. A pass stopped by Gillies. Another shot. That was blocked by Van Boxmeer. Nystrom centering it. Here's the chance for Lorimer. Rebound, they score. Nystrom was right on top of it. You know it. You saw it. And here come the New York Islanders at 1 minute and 20 seconds of the second overtime period. A hushed crowd here in the Auditorium in Buffalo. They're stunned and stung by the New York Islanders, who are ecstatic now on that goal by Nystrom. It came quickly, an errant pass. The Sabres were a little slow and couldn't clear it out of the zone. Finally, Gillies had one shot wide, then another, and there it was for Nystrom, and he put it in behind the goaltender, Bob Sauvé. He had no chance at all. Here's the official on it.
Bob Lorimer and number 9, Clark Gillies. Nystrom from Lorimer and Gillies.
Oh, you keep talking about those giveaways, and that's exactly what the Sabres did. That's how they were able to gain possession, the Islanders. Here's the shot from the point. Look at the position that Nystrom gets. Nobody around. Nobody on that outside post to take Nystrom. And it was home. And 2-0 Islander lead. Who's there to cover up? Sauvé, no chance after kicking out that rebound. Possibly he might have been able to do a better job of deflecting that puck into the corner. In any event, Nystrom was right there to tuck it home.
Well, there it is. The final score, the New York Islanders 2, the Buffalo Sabres 1. The Islanders take the lead in the series, 2-0. We shift back now to Long Island, New York, for Game 3 on Saturday night. So the final score again, Islanders 2, Sabres 1 in the second overtime period.
Anybody want to play around the clock? Gee, I'd get tired after a couple hours. First, you have to start with a double.
Can I just stick with my golden?
Yeah. Hi, what's your sign?
Excellent.
Why is it some chicks can't take yes for an answer?
How do you feel about Darcy? Oh, about the famous please.
It's all in the wrist.
It's all in the glass.
The point of this commercial? When it's a good, smooth golden, you go for it.
Since 1977, we've had ESP. The extended service plan option covers specified repair costs in new Ford and Mercury cars and light trucks for 3 years or 60,000 kilometers. And now this year, ESP is even better with wider coverage and special new options, like a lower-cost powertrain-only plan for Pinto, Fiesta, and Bobcat buyers. Across Canada and the U.S., buying or leasing, you're covered with the Ford Extended Service Plan. Ask about your ESP. Full details at participating Ford and Mercury dealers.
Well, Gary Dornhofer wins the prize for picking Bob Nystrom as the New York Islander who would most likely score the overtime goal. And it took a second overtime period, but not long into that second period, for Nystrom to win it for the Islanders. The official goal is Nystrom from Bob Lorimer. Consolation prize goes to Ron Andrews. And Clark Gillies at the 1:20 mark of the second overtime period as the Islanders take a 2-0 lead in this series. The three stars, Billy Smith, Jim Schoenfeld, and Dennis Potvin. Game 3 is from the Nassau County Coliseum. New York Islanders going home after winning their 4th overtime game on the road. In this playoff year, they've lost one overtime game. That was at home. They lead 2-0 tonight from Buffalo. Live on CBC, Hockey Night in Canada, brought to you by Molson, Canada's name in beer since 1786. Brewers of Molson Canadian Lager Beer. Canadian General Electric, progress for people since 1882. Canadian Tire Dealers with 320 stores to serve you across Canada. And by the Ford Motor Company in Canada, on behalf of your Ford and Mercury dealers from coast to coast. This program is protected by copyright and is intended solely for the entertainment and enjoyment of the viewing audience. Reproduction by any means, in whole or in part, without the express written permission of Hockey Night in Canada is prohibited.
CBC. In a great many wilderness areas of Canada, you'll find...
The proceeding has been a special presentation of ICENET, the Islanders Championship Entertainment Network.
National Security Brokerage is Long Island's community insurance brokerage. Serving Long Island since 1982, we're the place to go for the best in home, auto, boat, cycle, and business insurance. Our experienced staff has over 40 years in the business, and we're also proud Long Islanders looking to bring you the best and most affordable coverage you can find. At National Security Brokerage, our clients are number one, and we promise you will always get the very best coverage tailored for your needs. We understand living on Long Island because we do too. We're all Islanders, and if you want Long Island's best team for insurance, go for National Security Brokerage. You'll feel secure with National Security Brokerage. Let's go Islanders.